All right, we will call to order this City Council regular meeting agenda for November the 21st, 2022 at 6:32 p.m. If you will all rise and join us, we'll have an invocation by Councilmember Laney Cade, and then one of our leadership Pearland class members, Aurora Ortiz, is going to lead us in our pledges to both flags. So if you'll join in, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. You'll bow your heads with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gifts you've given each of us. Thank you for the opportunity to be a steward of your beautiful creation. This week especially is one where we are to remember to be thankful, and I pray that we never forget that everything we have is from you. I thank you for our beautiful city. Thank you for this council, mayor, and staff that are working hard to keep it that way. Lord, please keep us focused and unified as we go about making decisions for our beloved city tonight. Please help us all to be humble and to seek your face continually. Protect us from any selfish motives so that we may work together, and give us all a spirit of humility and graciousness. Heavenly Father, we are also so grateful for the brave men and women that work for our police, fire, and EMS. I pray for your supernatural guidance and protection over them. Please always keep us grateful for their service. Lord, I also thank you for the residents gathered here in chambers tonight who have come to speak and lend support for this meeting. Your word says in James 1:5 that if anyone asks for wisdom, you will give it. Tonight I'm asking for wisdom for this council. Heavenly Father, please guide our thinking. Help us to make wise decisions, and let all that we do here bring honor and glory to you. We ask that your blessing be all over this room tonight. In Jesus' holy name, amen. To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, thank you very much for that. Aurora, thank you for the leadership class. We're going to introduce them here in just a little bit when we get to our citizens' comments. Thank you, everybody, for coming down tonight. This is your city hall. We have an active citizenry that takes pride in their government and our city, and we appreciate each and every one of you for coming out tonight and participating in our meeting. As Member Cade prayed for Thanksgivings across our community. Obviously, this is the week of Thanksgiving, so I want to wish each and every one of you a happy Thanksgiving. Pray that if you're traveling around, that you have traveling mercy and all that good stuff around our community. If you're traveling on the roads, be safe. This week is about family. It's about thanking and being thankful. We have a lot to be thankful for. It's the best country in the world, and we are thankful each and every day for the blessings that we have. Even the poor among us are considered rich around this world. And so it's time to stop and reflect and just be thankful for everything that we have, our health, our livelihoods, our family, and a great country in which we live in. So we all want to make it better each and every day. So with that, we will move forward in our agenda. Roll call and certification of quorum. There you go. Madam Secretary, I will certify that we have a quorum present. All members of the council are present with the exception of Member Hernandez. He will be absent from the chamber the remainder of the evening. So with that, we will turn to citizens' comments. I believe we have, is it just one? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, would you introduce those?
Thank you, Mayor. First up is Jim Johnson with the Pearland Chamber. If you would go to the podium, give us your name, address, and you'll have 5 minutes, I guess, because you're representing a group.
Jim Johnson, 6117 Broadway, Pearland Chamber of Commerce. At this time, I'm going to ask the Pearland leadership class to join me up here. If they'll all come right up here to my right. All of y'all come up here real quick. I'd love to have each of them get a moment to introduce themselves to you, council. The Chamber since 1963 has been building business leaders and has a mission to serve business, promote growth, and empower community. As Mayor Pro Tem Carbone knows, the leadership class is a great opportunity for individuals in our community to learn more about our fantastic city. Today, they've been learning about the city of Pearland, and I just want all of them to have the chance to briefly just say their name and company so you know this fantastic 17 individuals that are going to be your future leaders. They're going to be up there in council someday. They're learning about boards and commissions and all those fantastic things. So I will turn the mic over to them in the next 4 minutes and 17 seconds.
Karina Morales with UHCO Pearland. Thank you for having us.
Risha Brown, Pearland ISD Education Foundation Director.
Vance Wiley, City of Pearland.
David Melgoza, City of Pearland.
Rory Ortiz, Next Level Urgent Care.
Gloria Spruce, Adult Education Center.
Alicia Weeks, owner of Assuring Hands Massage.
Isabel Shaw, small business owner, Only Love Remains Photography.
Lindsay Heinman, Alvin Community College. Thanks for having us.
AC5, Memorial Herman Pearland.
Good evening, I'm Jacqueline Webb from San Jacinto College.
Good evening, Shad Cummo, Friesen Nichols.
Good evening, Council. My name is Max Garcia with Community Health Network.
Kayla Kearney with Kelsey Siebold Clinic.
Mayor Pro Tem, you gave me 5 minutes, and I did that in 1 minute and 15 seconds. So that was pretty impressive. Yeah, that's a worth it. But I'm not completely done. I do want to recognize two individuals from the Leadership Foundation Board of Directors. The Pearland Leadership Foundation is a 501c3 organization. It has an MOU with the Chamber to help put on this program. Their board chair, Dr. Alexander Aquana with San Jacinto College is there front and center. And then one of the board members, Dina Hanks over there as well, are with us today. Thank you both as well. And then Faye Watson, who was here today to help us put on the program and that. So, Council, I'll end with this. We are thankful for your service and all you do for our community. Pearland is a vibrant business community, and your efforts that y'all are doing here today are a great part of that. So on behalf of the Chamber, we are thankful for your service and would love to invite all of y'all and everybody here to our Christmas open house, December 15th, 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for that. As always, we're getting our classes back rolling. I know we had to take a break a little bit because of COVID, but it's good to see this. And I believe this is the largest Pearland leadership class in the history of this program, which has been going on for about 25 years. And so it's been really good to see over the years growing leaders, fostering leadership in our community that we can go on to other service within our community, be it elected position or in boards and those kind of things all across our community, and we make our community better, and they're on the front leading edge of that, and so we welcome each and every one of you to your City Hall tonight. With that, so all other citizens' comments that signed up to speak have done so on a specific item in our agenda, and so as we get to those items, we will call you during that time. So stay tuned as we work our way through this agenda. With that, we will move to public hearing number 1. I'll ask the staff to read the reason for the public hearing and move right into the staff report. After that, all of our public hearings flow a certain direction. We have staff, and we have an applicant if they so choose to do a presentation, those wishing to speak for and against, and then we get into questions and comments from City Council. With that, Mohammed, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the City Council, good evening. Conditional Use Permit 22-24 is a request by TN Associates, INC applicant on behalf of Shahil Magnogia, owner, for approval of a conditional use permit for convenience store use in conjunction with a proposed gasoline station on approximately 1.23 acres of land within the light industrial zoning district. The general location is east side of Veterans and north of Fight Road. This is the zoning map, and it shows the property located within the light industrial zoning district. Appears to be a remnant piece of a larger light industrial district that was rezoned in the past. And it is surrounded by R4 from the R4 from the west side, PUD for residential uses on the east side, and the city park is at the southwest corner of the property. This is the future land use plan, and the property is designated for medium density residential, which intended to accommodate medium density residential districts. And this is an aerial map, and it shows the surrounding uses. As you can see, the Twin Lakes is on the east side of Veterans Road. Another subdivision called the Parks at Walnut Bend on the west side. Some detention ponds also around the area, and the city park at the corner of the intersection. These are views from Veterans Road looking back towards the property. As you can see, there's some vegetation along the frontage of our property. And this is another view from the intersection of Veterans and Fight Road, looking directly towards the subject property. This is the site plan proposed by the applicant. On the right side, on the left side is the overall site plan, and on the right side is the kind of blow up of the just the area where the building is. Approximately 4,000 square feet building with 6 gasoline stations and some surface parking as well. Landscape plan and reflects proposed trees along the frontage of the property as well as around the building. These are renderings of the overall site looking at the building and the canopy with the 6 gas pumps. Another rendering just towards focus on the building, kind of show the architectural style and proposed building materials. This is an aerial that shows location of existing convenience stores with gasoline stations. You can see there are 6 within 1 mile and many more within 2 miles, 15. And the commission conducted a public hearing for this request at their regular meeting on November 7. There were a total of 14 people spoke in opposition to the request, mostly from the 2 subdivisions around the area. The commission generally discussed the locations of other convenience store with gas station in that same area. Most of them felt like this property will eventually get developed one day, but they felt this use wasn't a good fit for that location, considered proximity to this neighborhood and the city park. After that, the commission took a vote, and there was an unanimous opposition to the request. And that concludes the staff report. I do have one more slide. This is just in case the city council choose to approve the request. Staff has drafted some conditions to be included, including exterior building facades needs to be developed in conformance with the materials that were shown on the facade renderings. Also, additional ornamental trees to be planted along the east side of the property line to just incorporate additional landscaping. And the last one, the columns to be wrapped up with masonry material that's consistent with the architecture element of the principal building. And that concludes the staff report.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed, for that. And the staff report, is the applicant here present? All right, do you have a presentation, or are you just here to answer questions? Awesome. Thank you for that. So we will move forward in our public hearing. For those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request, you can go to the podium, give your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you, ma'am, for being here tonight.
Good evening. I'm Mona Malone, Infinity Real Estate Group. I am actually speaking in support of the proposed convenience store and service station. This property's been for sale for years. As you can tell, it's just a difficult property because of the shape of it. We really felt like this would not be as intrusive to the neighborhood because of the ponds behind it. You do have some separation. And then, of course, it is zoned M1, light industrial. So a gas station really is one of the least intrusive uses there for light industrial. There were a lot of development concerns that were addressed at P&Z. I just wanted to mention that things like detention, drainage, lighting, and screening, all of those things would be addressed at the time of permitting. And the building does sit, it looks like they tried to push it as much as they could in front more of the pond as opposed to the residents, and doing landscaping and things like that closer to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mona. Second call for those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Looks like we got two of them. If you want to queue up in the back, that is fine too. Thank you for being here tonight. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Ann Onasorge at 4303 Brazos Bend. I'm going to be voting against this. It is way too close to our community. I live right on Brazos Bend, which is 3 street over, and I know I have friends living on Twin Lake, and it is way too close to our community. We feel like I have my daughter, and then I'm pregnant with one right now, but we walk the neighborhood a lot, and I feel like the ability to have this gas station, convenience store will cause additional traffic on that road already. There is no sidewalk currently walking to the park, so we do have to walk on the grass a lot around there, but we are always very active and in the community, so I think that will actually block and hinder us. Also, as well, I know there is the walking trail and the bike trail right there at that corner as well too, so that will be blocking that as well. And personally, I know convenience store and different things like that, not saying that our community is not safe, but it does hinder, crimes can pick up. There might be some robbery, snatch and grab, little things like that can cause. And just within so close to distance of Twin Lake, I do fear that just the safety of our community and our children. And then also, I feel like there's just way too many gas stations, as you guys saw on that map earlier. There's one right down the street. There's a Buc-ee's right there. So it's just, why do we need another one in the community? It's unnecessary in my personal opinion. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for that. Next up.
Jimmy Davis, 5004 Colmsville Street. Council members, thank y'all for hearing all these people that are up here. A quarter mile to the south from this place, you have a 4-pump gas station. Half a mile to the northeast, you have, I think it's 14 or 16 pump gas station at Buc-ee's. Another 3/4 mile to the west, you have another neighborhood gas station convenience store. I think we got quite a few already in this area. I appreciate they said they want to push the building more towards the retention ponds, away from the neighborhood. I would ask, this is an area that floods. You have retention ponds behind it. Across the street, we still flood. Corrigan is a half mile away. Y'all know 70–80% of it flooded. Well, if they put in this gas station and all this impervious surface, how are they going to address the detention? I understand they would have to during the, all the permitting and everything. Where's the room? The little tiny sliver at the north end? That ain't going to address the retention to make sure they don't end up displacing water that's going to flood the neighborhood behind them. They already deal with it enough. I'd also ask, I'm a runner. I run those trails. I run the park. I cross over Veterans and running the trail down there, the Marys Creek Trail. I can't tell you how many times I've almost been hit just crossing Veterans right there in the crosswalk. If you add in a lot more cars trying to get to a gas station, what's that going to do for public safety? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Next up.
How are you? I live in Cabot Cove. Kind of reiterate, but just if we
Go ahead and give your name and address.
Oh, so sorry about that. Dr. Rochelle Park Sancy, and I live at 4803 Lake Frontiers Drive in Pearland. So on, let me get it right, on, was it Veterans? That's behind us. And then at the corner of, was it McLean? There's a gas station. Down on, it was also Veterans. There's like the Shell or something station. Then on 518 and McLean, there's another gas station. There are plenty of gas stations with convenience stores associated with them. The other thing is that one thing we like about that area is it's relatively residential. You know, it's residential. So I don't know that adding another gas station within a 4 or 5 mile radius of all the other gas stations that are right there is really adding any particular value. So I definitely would encourage not supporting this proposal.
Thank you for that. Next up.
Hi, my name is Tina Diastoli. I live at 4103 Twin Lakes Trail. My house would actually, that would be my view from my house, the back of a convenience store gas station. I currently live, you could see my house from there, and I live over the lakes, and I can see the park from my house. So this directly affects me, but also my neighborhood and everybody specifically who lives on Twin Lakes. What you need to understand about our neighborhood is we don't have the luxury of having houses in the front of our neighborhood. It's wide open. So when you come into Summer Lane, you're coming into a gas station into our subdivision where they have drawn where the retention pond is going to be is almost at the corner of Summer Lane and Veterans. That's a bus stop for our children. That's a problem. That's a safety issue. You're putting a gas station and convenience store right where our bus stop is, where our children are. That's also where we have to cross the street to get a safer way to get to the park. You've got two neighborhoods that have no connection to the park because when they built the trail, which is fantastic and I appreciate it very much, but when they built the trail, they didn't connect the neighborhoods. This is a remnant, yes, but it's not our fault. And I get that it is zoned for light industrial. That is not a good fit for our neighborhood. Commercial is not a good fit for our neighborhood. If you do have to do a cup change, and I listened at PNC, and I heard what they said, and they said eventually this land will sell. Eventually something is going to fit on this awkward piece of land. Be proactive and be part of the solution. The neighbors did get together and we had a meeting, and we said, if anything, residential. If we have to have something on this piece of land, it needs to at least fit in where the two neighborhoods are. I'm in Twin Lakes, we have Walnut Bend right across the way. So we need something that is going to mend this whole area and make it cohesive. Gas station and convenience store is not going to make it cohesive. It's a safety issue. It's a safety issue for our children. It's a safety issue for our bus stop. It is just an eyesore for the back end of our neighborhood. You can put trees all you want right there. If those trees die, if something, who is going to keep up this property that is inviting people into our neighborhood? This is what our neighborhood is going to, that's our sign for our neighborhood. That's not okay. We're not Pearland Parkway where we have that luxury. We don't have that luxury. So I'm asking for, at least if you have to do a cup change, residential. Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Abear. I live at 2006 Isla Drive, Pearland, Texas, 77581. I don't live anywhere near this, but I do know that the parks in Pearland are wonderful. And I'm also a bus driver for Pearland ISD. And I know that it has to be safe for the kids. And I wasn't going to talk about that part of it, but I understand what the lady previous was saying about that. My thought getting up here was that, yes, the park is wonderful, and it is great to have people walking when it's dark out in the morning, when I can see them walking their dogs around the park. And I think that having a gas station would make it unsafe. Also an eyesore, but mostly unsafe. And the industrial part of it shouldn't have, I mean, the environmental part of it with all the chemicals and stuff shouldn't be around a residential area. Down at the bottom by Veterans and Magnolia, there is a gas station already across from that trailer park. When you have a trailer park, nothing against people in trailer parks, but when you have a trailer park, there's more chance of people that are doing drugs and making drug deals. And since there's a gas station already across from there, why add just down the street another gas station where people can hang out and have that crime be more possible to happen? I think if anything, the solution would be, if it has to be something light, something that blends with the park, perhaps has something to do with the children and families more. If it has to be anything, maybe just a small snack shop or something like very small like that, that still has to do with families, that's not an eyesore or environmentally bad for the neighborhoods or safety for the neighborhoods. So that was my big thing, was the safety of it, having a gas station in a residential area by a park where things can happen and people can be harmed. Thanks.
All right, thank you for that. And I'll say third and final call for those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Seeing no one else moving in that direction, we will move forward to those from City Council wishing to make comments, questions, or concerns. And I'm going to lead off. I've driven this. I've known this site for years. I got a couple of questions to staff. On our thoroughfare plan, do we see or recommend at any time in the future widening of Veterans? Have we seen that?
Yes, sir. Veterans is on the thoroughfare plan, is eventually a 4-lane boulevard facility.
And is there sufficient right-of-way right here for that?
See if Robert can take a look at that and tell us real quick.
Okay. While he's looking at that, I'll make a couple of comments. I've looked at this, and I personally don't think it's the highest and best use for the piece of property. Neither is the M1. If you go back and look at the plat of the area, this was a remnant of Parks at Walnut Bend. It was actually a remnant of that tract that got left over. When they made the zone change, they never changed the zoning on this side, which a lot of this land on the east side of Veterans was M1 way back years ago. The narrowness of it doesn't lend itself to me to be quality development. That's part of the issue. If it was wider, if it was deeper, there could probably be something that would be more quality in the area. Regardless if it's a convenience store or a gas station, I just don't see the quality being necessary for this area. I know tonight, I don't know if we'll have a split vote or a unanimous vote or what, but make my intentions known. I'll vote against this if there's a tie vote tonight, and render that vote. So with that, Robert, did you have a chance to?
Mr. Mayor, with regards to that section, looks like it's an unplatted lot at the moment, and so it'd have to go through the platting process, and they have to verify via meets and bounds on that. If I snapshot based off of our our GIS, we have 120 feet, which is required, but I'm putting that caveat that it's an unplatted lot, and so I'd have to verify through meets and bounds.
Okay. So we could get all the way through this and still have to give up right of way, which make the lot even more narrow. That's what he just said. For those that getting into the vernacular, it may make it even tougher to develop. So I, like one of the speakers, I looked at this and thought this is great connectivity to the neighborhoods for the trail program, getting back down to that trail. I don't know how, where, or what. Maybe there's something that we can work out between the city, the HOAs, and the like over in this area where we can do some connectivity over time. At the same time, it is a tough piece of property, and a piece of property has the right to be bought and sold. And we want to work with all involved to make that happen. With that, I'll open it up to council for questions, comments. Member Barry, did you have something?
Nope.
Anything?
No, just looking at this, I think, it really, I think we need to wait, take a look and see if we need to widen veterans.
Right.
And once we do that, we may be looking at it, of using the balance of to go back into the detention side.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Member Camcar?
Just real quick, did the applicant make any outreach to the neighborhood? It seems like there was concerted, it wasn't just one person. Was there any outreach, just out of curiosity? Did the applicant make any outreach to the HOA or the residents there or the neighbors?
He shook his head no.
All right. I just want that record to reflect. He didn't say, okay. All right.
Member Carbone?
Mayor, this was mentioned, but I mean, the underlying zone is M1, so I won't be supportive of this tonight, but there's some much worse uses
right.
that could develop without any input. Realistically, of this small sliver of a track, that happening, likely not, but that is a risk that's sitting out there that was there before this CUP and will be there after it fails.
Okay. Any last and final call for questions, comments, concerns from council? Seeing none, we will close this docketed public hearing and move to new business item number 1. Member Koza, would you place that on the table, please?
Yes, Mayor. Consideration and possible action resolution number R2022-CUP 22-24. So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. We've had staff report and questions, comments from council. Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Member Koza?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
No.
Member Camcar?
Nay.
Member Cade?
No.
Member Barry?
Nay.
Member Owens?
No.
Motion fails 0-6.
All right. Thank you for that. So moving to public hearing number 2, Mohammed, same drill.
I believe this one is
That's
actually
right.
Darren.
Staff, the staff, this is a legal, from legal staff. Same thing. We'll go through the same process. Staff, any applicant, those wishing to speak for and against, and then city council. So with that, City Attorney Coker, would you put it on the table and move forward in your report?
I'll be happy to do that. Thank you, Mayor, council members. This is a public hearing. It's a little bit different than what your traditional zoning public hearing or CUP public hearing that we just did. So I'll read that into the record, and then I'll do a brief explanation of sort of why we're here this evening for this public hearing. This is a public hearing regarding the abandonment of all public alleys located in Block 7 of the Pearland Town Site Plat, contained in the HTMB RR Sections 1, 2, 3, and 4, an area generally surrounded by North Grand, East Plum Street, North Park Avenue, and Zielinski Drive. And just, again, for the benefit of the public that's here this evening, again, this is a public hearing for the abandonment of, in this case, alleyways. Anytime we abandon public right-of-way or alleyways, we're required by ordinance to go through a public hearing process, give people an opportunity to be heard, offer input regarding the impact of that abandonment. And then the council can then make a determination of whether or not it's in the city's best interest to do so. And that's the reason we're here this evening. Joe, if you don't mind, if you can go ahead and pull up some, switch over there so I can use some slides. Is there one before that? See, yeah, right there. This is what is called Block 7 of the Old Town site. And by the way, real quick, this I forgot to mention, be remiss if I didn't mention this. This application for abandonment was made by the Pearland Church of Christ, which is located in Block 7 of the Old Town site. So they submitted a formal request, and by ordinance, they're entitled to do so, and then the councils go through this process to consider the abandonment. Is there any way you can make that a little bigger? Yeah, there you go. So as you look at Block 7 here, again in the Old Town site, it's real close to Zielinski Park. Zielinski Park is just located to the south of the Church of Christ property. As you can see, the left side of Block 7 here is comprised of the Church of Christ all the way up to the Grand Villa Apartments, and then the Grand Villa Apartments, they're located they're adjacent to East Plum Street and, of course, North Grand. And then over on the other side, the right-hand side of that block, you'll see the Church of Christ has a building and a parking lot that's occupied there. And then there are three houses. I think one of those is a business, but at least there are three houses located there just above the Church of Christ property, adjacent to Park Avenue. And again, the Church of Christ made this request, and the area that they're looking to have abandoned is that dark shaded T. It's an upside-down T. Because back in when the town site was originally platted, there were 20-foot alleyways at the rear of lots of properties in the Old Town, most of the properties in the Old Town site, as you'll see on the next picture in just a moment. So that shaded area, they're requesting to be abandoned. And just to provide clarification, you're saying, well, it looks like there are buildings built across that area. If you'll notice there on the left-hand side, the church goes across that. And that is true because in 1960, the city council considered a request of the church to allow them to build across that in the form of a lease at the time. It was going to be a 50-year lease. And so that's allowed. That was the premise under which the church expanded across that. Then on the right-hand side, I think the expansion there on the right-hand side where you see the large parking lot, I think that was done in the 70s, if I'm not mistaken. But that there also was done. They did obtain city permits to do that, and that the parking lot is included in what would have been the alleyways there. So much of the parking lot or buildings of the Church of Christ occupy that alleyway and have since the 1960s or 70s. All right, you can go ahead and go to the next slide. This is the original plat, as you can see, as I described earlier, where you have Plum Street and to the north, and then of course you have Jasmine Street, technically down to the Zielinski is between the park and the Church of Christ property. The yellow highlighted area is the area that they are requesting abandonment of. And you can go to the next slide. These are the minutes from the meeting in 1960, in which that the council took action to formally give them authority to utilize a portion of the alleyways for their property. You can go ahead and scroll on through. And then I want to explain sort of how we got here today. So this is a gate. As you can see, what you're looking at is actually the cross-section of the T, the upside-down T I showed you. It's the cross-section that runs east and west. This is part of the alleyway that you're looking at. And yes, where you see those doors on the church, that's also in the alleyway. That gate was recently placed there by the church. It's my understanding about 8 years ago, the church ended up selling one of those residential houses that I referenced that's located on Park Avenue. They sold what was originally a parsonage for the church, sold that to a member of the community and who still lives there. And then more recently, that the garage for that property had been converted to a residential unit, and then the individual living there, it's my understanding, has been using this alleyway then to access the rear of the property. If you could go ahead and slide on to the next slide. So again, now if you could imagine, we were moving west toward the what you saw those church doors a while ago. Now if you turn right and head north, this is the other part of the T. And if you will go to the next slide, and you can see a little bit more of the alleyway there. And this is the residential structure that I was referring to, where the garage has been converted. Since that time, more in the last year and a half or so, the fence was removed, and then the individual's been using this to access the property and parking there, and of course using that as a residential structure. Yes, and there is a house there that is also a residential structure, both of which have access to Park Avenue. So again, this is the nature of the request. What prompted this is the gate on the alleyway, because typically we don't allow structures to be blocked unless somebody comes in and gets a permit. Then we may go through a process, and we would have, then you know that you have to be in considering items like this. And so the church formally made that, we met with the church that they formally made a request under the city's ordinance for the abandonment, and hence the public hearing this evening. Hopefully that adequately explains sort of why we're here this evening, and I'll go ahead and pass that back to the council. And I do know that the applicant, the church, is here this evening, and Justin Gonzalez, I believe, with the church is here as well.
Okay. Is the applicant present? Do you have a presentation? All right. Thank you. You can go to the podium. Make sure you give your name and address for the record, and give us your presentation.
My name is Justin Gonzalez, and I live at 2906 Waterloo Road here in Pearland. In considering the buildings and everything we have there, we've been in this community since the 1950s, and since 1974, we've been using this alleyway, this right-of-way, to get to our rear parking. Like many congregations in and around Pearland, we're experiencing growth, and it's time to remodel and do many phases throughout our building. One of those phases would be to eliminate the parking that is connected or abutting that alleyway. So in doing so, we plan on that phase in doing a green space and making it a space for kids of their congregation, the youth and the families, and having a playscape and other amenities for the children and the youth in our congregation. So when that happens, we are not going to be using that anymore as a right-of-way to park back there. There will be no more parking back there, and we're asking that you consider the abandonment of these alleyways that go in and around our facilities for the safety of the children and the use of future remodeling that we are going to be doing in that area. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. Justin? Yes.
Can I add one comment real quick? I forgot to note. One of the things that when we're considering abandonment, if the council chooses to move forward on that, what happens with these alleyways pursuant to state law, the ownership of those 10 feet, the owner on each side of the property ends up getting ownership to the middle. So it gets abandoned, and that property ownership goes to the adjacent properties. So if same owner owns on both sides, they would get the entire right of way. On the other hand, they may only get 10 feet if it's only one side. So I just wanted to make sure the council was aware of that. Thank you.
Fair enough. We will move forward in our public hearing to those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Go to the podium, give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for being here tonight.
Bring this down just a little bit here.
There you go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear us. My name is Michelle Dakota, and I live at 2206 Park Avenue. That's what we're talking about, is my home. Mr. Cocker, I do want you to realize I purchased my home in 2014 with its garage apartment because I have a disabled son. I did not renovate this property, and I have the documents to show. Okay? We did end up taking the fence down. We had an 8-foot wood fence, but it kept getting hit by what we can only assume was parishioners at the church, and it started to fall in, right? And so once we pulled it down, we thought, hey, now our son is now 30, and this is the very first time he's autistic with Asperger's. No interest in driving or anything else. He was a high school graduate at Pearland High. He's just recently decided about driving. We've bought a car, and we parked that car back there. So there's two things that I'm interested in my alleyway. One, a place to park my son's car because I have a single driveway in the front. Two, access to emergency care should something happen with him and he's in the back. Now, I did approach the church about potentially having a key to that lock in case he had a kitchen fire or something, and we needed fire assistance to come back there, or an ambulance. But I never even heard back. So it's not a new apartment. It's always been there, and we've been utilizing that back alley, and it's crucial for us that it stay that way. And one more point is we purchased the home from the church. It was never disclosed to us any intention of closing off that alleyway. So it doesn't work for us. Anything else I need to say, sweetheart? Well, they know that. It's all blocked off.
Oh, no, the other one's blocked by air conditioners.
Yeah. We know this. Okay, no, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Next up.
Excuse me, ma'am, I do want to, I apologize if there was any misunderstanding on the issue of the timing. So, okay, now I just wanted to express my apologies for that. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Leah Smith Bateman. I live at 3205 Nottingham in Pearland, and I want to extend my appreciation to the council as a whole for all that they do for our city, for your personal time and your efforts that you put forth. As a former child of a city council member, I remember the years and the hardships that there were, and sometimes you get much more criticism than you do accolades. So I am giving my accolades and my praise to you tonight, along with our fire department, our EMS, and our police that take care of us. I ask you that God bless you every single day. My position today is I am a lifelong member of the Church of Christ in Pearland. And all of my life, I remember the alleyway being there and being a public use for the church. It is a safety issue for our children and our seniors that park in that area. And I'm not going to reiterate what Justin said, but as we move on into the future, it would be good if we finalize this and document it, where the property lines are, so that in future generations this will not be an issue any longer. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
My name is Stephanie Aber again, 2006 Isla Drive. I do live right by this place, and I wasn't clear on the map what part of the T was capable of being blocked off and what wasn't. I believe that there are some houses off of Plum Street by the corner house, and I think that there's an alley. I think it's by the townhouses, but if this has anything to do with those alleys, I'm pretty much against closing off the alleys. If there is a way that they can get the lot lines drawn up and something can be done, I think that that would be something to look at in the future. But the alleys that are there, I believe the houses that, when we purchase our houses in that neighborhood, we buy them for a certain reason, and I think that it's important for them to be able to keep the alleys the way they had them, because they do come in very handy at certain times. So hopefully there is a way that this can be resolved with agreement from both parties, and hopefully something can, a solution can be made so that the people can keep their alleyways accessible to them. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anybody else wishing to speak for or against this proposed request? Third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Seeing no one else moving in that direction, we'll move it to City Council for questions, comments, concerns. Member Carbone?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. I think we've got an assistant fire chief back there. In regards to abandonment, if this right-of-way was to be abandoned, do you see any life safety issues in terms of getting services to the garage apartment?
I think the only issue that would be is if anything's put up to obscure us getting down the alleyway or having free reign back there like we do now, even that gate, we can get through and nothing flat. So it would just be knowing about it and having it for residents like this that have people, especially with disabilities in the back or in some special room, we ask them to call and we put a note in our CAD that when we get dispatched to that area, we have it. So if there's people like that or there's alternate entrances that we have to use, we usually have those noted in our CAD that the guys have in their notes when they get dispatched.
Thank you.
So, Chief, with the abandonment of that right-of-way, there won't be access from the alleyway, but there will be access from the right-of-way, the main street. I think that was more the question. Does having access from the front, does that hinder emergency response?
No, it shouldn't.
Is that it? Member Camcar?
I don't know if this is a planning or a city attorney thing, but how many other alleyways do we have permeating that we would be setting some level of precedent to? Because we're essentially, the city is taking an action that benefits or harms somebody, a nonprofit in this case, and a resident that pays taxes. I'm just wondering how many potential like this is out there.
Well, the Old Town site, of course, been around since the 1960s, and what's happened, once you find these alleyways, you get a mixed results on what's happened in the area. You'll find some properties have gone and fenced in their 10 feet. Other people have fenced in. So you may get a jagged, if you went down an alleyway, you may see some that aren't fenced in and some that are. Because some of them don't have utilities. In this particular case, there's a sewer line running through this, which I would indicate that if this were abandoned, we would retain that an interest in that for a utility easement. So, however, it's not standard protocol with few exceptions for vehicular access to the alleyways. It just hasn't really happened. Other than I know that the church obviously has been using it to access for parking purposes in this instance, going back to the 1960s. But generally speaking, in most of the residential areas, it's not hasn't traditionally been used for vehicular access. So there are a lot of areas though where it's just hit and miss on what you get out there.
Let me ask a second question. Maybe this is the engineering or city attorney. I don't know. If we go and do this, are we harming any of the people that are further to the north? Is there anybody, do they have an interest in this easement for access?
I was gonna ask to have the map put up. Joe, if you'll put the aerial map up to get to your question. Yeah. Because it's unimproved from the church north. And in fact, there's a tree that probably takes up half the alleyway, literally this big.
If you can see that a little bit more,
Joe, the remnants of it.
Thank you.
Obviously, the trees there, but
yeah. So if you'll see there, the Grand Villa Apartments, it is unimproved, but behind those apartments and those residential properties there, so it's trees and brush through there. You really can't see much through.
So there's not ingress egress happening.
Oh no, it's not paved or anything. It's only the only part that's paved is where the church has paved.
I just round off my comments. I think this is complex. It was not made aware to me that there's a person with disabilities back there. It was just, hey, this is a hangout part. That's not anybody's fault. I'm just saying I was not made aware of that. I think that adds complexity to the situation. But at the end of the day, there was a transaction within like the last 10 years. And I feel like we're cleaning up based on this transaction, and it's unfortunate. My fear is we go and do this here. Who else comes out of the woodwork saying, I need my 10 feet back? And I remember there was an applicant in the neighborhood, not this neighborhood, but close by, where the lots got bought for Sullivan. And then they were messing with this back alley, and there was a big dispute, not a big dispute, but there was discussion of how are we servicing the entrance, the egress, the parking. And we made that person, Sullivan folks, accommodate to the best of their ability the people who were there previous. And I know these two people were previous, but all of this came with the transaction. All of this was bought in fee with the transaction. And so I really struggle with this because I think somebody's getting disadvantaged, and it's a sticky wicket.
Koza?
Darren, on the alleyway that we're talking, are we talking all the way from Plum Street down to where it kind of terminates into the church, and then all the way to Park Avenue? That whole kind of L, is that what we're talking about, or is it just
Actually, both directions. This would clean up, I guess, really what was, as Councilmember Kamkar indicated, it would clean up what took place in 1960 because, so the alleyway has never been abandoned yet. Okay, so this would be abandoned. And what that does is a couple of things. It sort of accomplishes what the city did in 1960 to a great extent. But at the same time, it clears up a lot of title issues that are going to be out there for these property owners moving forward. And I do want to address one thing. The question was, as far as access, is anybody's access rights being harmed by this? And no, again, Park Avenue provides access to all those properties on one side, and then you have North Grand on the other side providing access, and of course Zielinski. So all these properties do have access, and this had not been used as access until more recently.
And so basically, as far as the abandonment, we've got the Villa Apartments getting 10 feet behind them. It looks like there's 3 homes right here on the east side. They would all be picking up 10. And then we've got the church picking up 10 feet, as well as what comes from the center of the property over to Park Avenue. That's all 10 feet, with the one neighbor, the furthest south, getting 10 feet, kind of wrapping around their property.
That is what would happen if the council chose to abandon, yes.
Okay.
And the abandonment ordinance gets recorded in the deed records to memorialize that and put, title companies, everybody aware on what's happened and that the ownership interest has changed.
Okay, thank you.
Cade?
The back part of the house that the fence has been taken down, you mentioned that your driveway is small for one car, but you also said your son didn't drive. So the back.
Mayor, could you get her to make those comments?
You need to go to the podium, please. That's okay. That's okay. It's my fault. I should have said something sooner. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So it is not a small space. It does fit it fits my truck and Michael's car.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, comfortably. But I haven't needed it. I knew all along, we both knew that we would want something for him later, but he's about 10 years behind in his development. So he's 30, but he's just now showing the interest. He has gotten his permit, and we bought him a car. So now he's practicing with either his dad or I until he's ready to go. But that was in our, and like I said, I bought this particular home because it had the apartment.
What's the exact address on Park Avenue for your home?
2206.
5206?
2206.
Thank you.
I actually, the city secretary has a little packet as well from me with a copy of our survey and everything showing the back alley. Sorry. Showing the back alley as part of the property.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Member Barry or Member Owens?
I just have a couple questions. Yeah, in looking at the pictures, and we've seen these before, I look at the back alleyway where the portion where the fence was removed. It looks like there's another fence that actually crosses the other alleyway. Is that just kind of a? So the alleyway's been blocked all this time anyway. So no one can even use that alleyway there to begin with. Does anybody use it on that side? No one uses the alleyway there, so.
You can't. It's unimproved.
So it's not been maintained by the city as an alleyway? Okay. And in your son, I'm glad he's finally making some progress and getting his driver's license. And I guess the one concern I would have is that he is learning. And if the church has a need to expand their playground, he's learning alongside these kids and could potentially cause a problem. Is
Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. Really need, just a second. Sir, do you have an answer to one of the questions?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask, will you have any other opportunities to address this other than tonight?
Yes, if we were to have a second reading, if it passes a first reading, there will be a second reading. So then we would have on probably the next agenda where it would be addressed as well. Also, if we have certain questions and we want to pass per, some other conditions, we can place that and then do that cleanup on a second reading if the council chooses to, once we get to voting on this. So once we get to the new business item, we'll have that opportunity. As far as the public hearing and those wishing to speak for or against, we've passed that portion. So it's into the council's hands for questions and comments at this time.
Okay, so I would not be able to speak
That's
now?
correct. That's correct.
All right.
That's correct. And that's just because we're trying to keep order in our.
I understand. That's why I did not come prepared to speak tonight, but I can answer some of the questions that are being tossed about.
Okay. And if we have questions for the church to ask or answer, we'll get there when we need to. Member Barry, were you complete? Okay. Member Owens, did you have a question? All right. Member Camcar, back to you.
Just really quick. If this goes where we abandon, the church has expressed that they want to create a playground. I know you don't have a laser pointer, but where is the extent of where that's going to start and stop?
I'll share it with you because I've seen it. See the white, the building that has the white roof?
Along that.
Immediately behind that is current parking. They would demo that and then half of that easement or the alleyway, and that's where their playground would be.
And how far would it go towards?
As I understand, the length of the building there from the apartments right there down to right in there. Right.
Mayor,
Yeah.
if I might, one more thing. Should they go to the mic or can I?
If you have a question for.
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just curious do y'all have a business at that address also?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
It is strictly for my son.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Here's a couple of things. Darren, help me understand. This isn't precedent for abandoning in the alleyways in the Old Town site. Is that correct? Have we had?
We've abandoned alleyways before in the Old Town site. Yes.
What
That's why I said we've addressed these on a as-needed basis when people have come in and requested abandonment. The people who've currently blocked in, let's say, if the city has utilities there, we have the right to go through there and do our work, and irrespective of what's in the way.
Okay.
They're there at their own risk at this point.
Okay. The north and south piece, set that aside for a second. The east and west piece, if you'll notice, the east and west piece has a building in it. One of the title issues and one of the issues that the church is facing, God forbid we have a tornado or a massive storm that took that down, they wouldn't be allowed to build under our current situation. This was done in 1960. They were allowed to build that building across as a lease, if you will, in the alleyways. And so even if they were, and I'm not saying that they're going to go out and get additional debt or anything like that on their building, but they would have a very difficult time title-wise, making that happen. Same thing, I think we've all been in the building, that's the silver roof building right there. We've all been in that building, and a portion of that building goes into the alleyways as well. And so, those buildings are encroaching and already there, regardless of what we have going up and down. So I think some form of abandonment through there would make some sense to make sure that the church has, they're already using it now. I don't think we're going to ask them to take the building down or move it. So something of that nature would be necessary. Now, as far as the use of the alleys, I mean, I think it is unique, and I think to the question, directly across Park Street is where the townhomes are, and they use those alleyways. It was built that way. It was put together that way from the very beginning, that they would access those from the alleyway. And again, if you move north and south on the alleyway in question, when you get there's a house that actually faces Plum, I believe. No, it faces so it's on the corner of Park Avenue. I think they have a garage or something that faces Plum Street. There's literally a tree that's probably this big, the trunk, literally this big. The ditch right there is super low. So even if you tried to access it, you're probably going to go high center just trying to get in there, as it sits right now. So just the lay of the land, I don't see the city, filling that in and creating access. Those two owners would get additional would get additional land. Same thing with the owners here, as well as I think there's a business on the corner that wraps around. So a little bit more of the lay of the land. It's a little more complicated than just the north and south. You have this east-west piece where there's buildings sitting. So with that, any other questions, comments from council? Member Carbone?
I guess the one thing, if we do move forward with the abandonment, when you go look at Google Maps, you can see that there has been 2 cars parked side by side at that 2206 park.
Mm-hmm.
So if it does go through, they would technically own half of the alleyway, sell that to the church, use those funds to widen the driveway, similar to the property to the south. Helps, probably not ideal, but helps solve both scenarios.
Thought about that. Good thought.
I got one more thing. I'm really stuck here, but I would like to see if the staff will eventually put together a memo. I don't think this is going to be the last time we deal with this, and I would like if we had more of a policy of how we deal with it. I think there's a difference between it being contested and not contested. In this case, it's contested. Sure. But I'd like to see us adopt more of a structure or a regimen, because it sounds like these issues aren't going away anytime soon.
May get more complicated over time. Last final call. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, we will close this public hearing and move to new business item number 2. Member Camcar, would you place number 2 on the table, please?
Consideration possible action, first reading of ordinance number 1622. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We've had staff report and questions, comments from council. Madam Secretary, we're going to call for the vote.
Member Camcar?
Darren, help me out here. If I want to abandon, I say yes, right?
Yes.
That would be correct.
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
All right. With that, we will move to new business item number 3, which is a discussion item, discussion topic, staff presentation, and city council input and discussion, background impact and options related to corrections to taxable value relating to the adopted FY23 budget. With that, I'll move to staff report and presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council. This is an item following up on the item I had on the November 7th meeting, where staff presented the issue discovered with our property tax revenues due to a mistake in the state tax worksheet. In that meeting, we covered what occurred, how it was discovered, and the implications, along with an outline plan of how we could address that. So we're back tonight to present a refined plan to address that situation. This plan was presented to the audit committee last week, and the budget changes associated with this we'll need to incorporate into Budget Amendment 1, which is normally done this time of year, but normally it is just the carryovers. But any budget amendments we would do to address this situation would be done in Budget Amendment number 1. So I'm going to get things kicked off and then hand it over to Eric. So go ahead, next slide. So we want to cover initially what is not changing due to the property tax revaluation. And first off, residents and businesses for FY23 tax bills, they will not see any change there. The adopted property tax rate is below the corrected no new revenue calculation, and there will be no changes to any of those. Nothing in the enterprise fund is affected. And with the plan being presented tonight, the fund balances will not go below our policy minimum of 90 days of fund balance as set forth by our financial policies. That's a very important piece of this tonight, as you'll see as we move through the presentation. And as well, we will not dip below our fund balance policy minimum requirement for our debt service fund with the plan being presented. Additionally, service levels for the community, the budget enhancements that were part of fiscal year 23, and employee pay and hiring timelines are not affected. Next slide. So next we want to cover a little bit of what's occurred over the past week. So since our last meeting, we had a meeting on Monday. There were interviews with the media to explain the property tax reevaluation, what is and is not affected. On Tuesday, we met with the audit committee, where the city's financial advisor presented options for refunding, restructuring, and defeasance of debt, which we'll see tonight. And then we had a meeting with the Harris County Appraisal District, the Brazoria County Tax Office, and city staff to discuss the tax calculation worksheets. And then we also received a Moody's issuer comment release because initially there were some concerns from that standpoint, but the release said that the city has the strong liquidity, provides cushion against the expected revenue shortfalls in FY23. We received that on Tuesday as well. So on Wednesday, the mayor, as well as Assistant City Manager Ron Fraser, attended legislative talks in Austin, along with HCAD, regarding the tax calculation worksheet, starting the process to determine what the fix is moving forward for next year's budget. And then last Thursday, we finalized the proposals for the general fund as well as the debt service fund and distributed the materials you have before you tonight. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Roche. Actually, one more here. So this is the issuer's comment from Moody's that talks about the strong liquidity. Also says that strong liquidity will be able to support any short-term budget imbalances. In addition, the city's strong management team has shown a track record of prudent budgetary planning in the past and will likely amend the city's budget to minimize the impact on the city's reserve position. So with that, I'll hand it over to Eric Roche, who's going to walk us through the presentation tonight.
Thank you very much. Step one that we're going to be discussing tonight is adjusting our general fund. There's two funds that are affected by this issue: the city's general fund, which pays for most of the services that residents experience on a daily basis, police, fire, those sorts of things. The other fund is the tax-backed debt service fund. So we will cover each of those in turn. A note on the scope of this: the general fund will have a decrease in property tax revenue of approximately $4.7 million, which is 4.3% of total general fund revenue. The first step is that we have some revenue updates. So in the budget amendment, what we are proposing is, of course, reducing property taxes by the amount that's not going to come in as a result of this issue. However, at the same time, we are seeing interest earnings increase. So just like you have a bank account and you receive interest on that bank account, when interest rates go up, the city receives more on the money it has in the bank, and interest rates have increased at least a few times since the budget was adopted back in since the budget was originally proposed back in July. So since then, the Federal Reserve has raised interest rates, and we're actually seeing more money come in. So this is a new projection, and that's why we're increasing revenue in those interest accounts by $478,000. We're also proposing to transfer $815,000 from the ARPA fund over to the general fund. And then we are proposing for PEDC reimbursement for Lower Kirby Regional Detention System, which would have the net effect of increasing the general fund's balance by $622,000. When you look at revenues with all those bullet points applied, the net revenue loss after the property tax issue is negative $2.8 million. but this plan is built to stay above the 90-day fund policy. So that's kind of our guiding light here, is to not dip into our fund below those 90 days, which is our policy. On the expense side, we are proposing delaying the vehicle and equipment lease payments to the motor pool for a year. This will reduce the transfer from the general fund to the motor pool fund by $1.4 million. We are proposing to delay the UDC update, which would reduce expenses by $300,000. This is an item that, should the city at mid-year find itself having $300,000, it could always be refunded. Refunded as in refinanced and go out and purchase it. And then carryovers, to make a note about this first budget amendment of the year is typically a carryover amendment. Carryovers are things that were financed in previous years, but that we haven't received yet, so we haven't paid for yet. So imagine the fire department ordering a pallet of boots, and due to logistics issues that a lot of the country is experiencing, we didn't receive them yet. So we're kind of holding on to the purchase order. They're coming, and we need that money that was approved in FY22, but we need it in FY23. The way we do that is through a technical procedure called carryovers, and we adopt it via budget amendment. So you have your tax challenge and then your carryovers happening at the same time. And wherever possible, I'm going to try and make it clear where those issues are distinct, because carryovers are kind of happening in the background. They occur every year, and we don't anticipate it being any different than in previous years. Moving on to the FY23 beginning fund balance. So as always, when it comes to budget amendment number 1, we look at the latest FY22 revenue and expenditure data and use that to estimate the beginning fund balance to see if we've had an increase in fund balance or a decrease in fund balance. The actual FY22 ending fund balance will not be known for sure until the ACFR for fiscal year 22 is completed, which will be sometime in February. That's when you get your true audited actuals. But looking into the fund from a budget perspective, and most items have been entered into FY22. We feel that we can increase the balance by approximately $3 million. Most of this is that $2.8 million in carryover. So those are $2.8 million from last year that were set aside for items, and they're being moved over to the next year. So that's why there is a fund balance increase of $3 million. That's kind of typically what you see, is that when you end the year and you move into the next year at Amendment 1, your fund balance is largely for carryovers. So this is an income statement. This shows a lot of data, but I'll walk you through it real quick because we wanted to have all the numbers out there for everyone to see what was going on. So here you can see on this column on the right, this is budget amendment number 1, what we're proposing. You can see the beginning fund balance. There's that extra $3 million we just discussed. Again, a lot of that's carryovers, $3.1 million. Then you can see revenue decrease from 109 to 106.5. You can see where we're taking out the 4.7 million in property taxes. Here's your ARPA funding. Here's the reimbursements to the general fund from the Lower Kirby Regional Detention System. And here are the increased interest earnings. Here you can see expenditures. It's going up, which is kind of a weird optical issue, and this is because we're doing 2 things at once here. So if you look at what is changing here, it tells us a little bit better. So you have those reduced transfers to the motor pool. You have the UDC update being canceled. You have the permitting software, which is being carried over as into the general fund from this ARPA fund. So it's a net zero, and the memo that is attached to this item discusses that in more detail. And then you have the $2.8 million in carryovers. This is a plug number for now, but we do expect it to be 2.7, 2.8, right in that neighborhood. We're just kind of tying out the last couple $1,000s here as we speak today. Overall, at the end of the day, what does this mean? Well, it means that our ending fund balance is projected to be $28 million. Our fund minimum is $27.6 million, and this translates into 91.9 days, which is above the 90-day financial policy. Moving on to the tax-backed debt fund. In this fund, we're looking to adjust revenue by $5.6 million, which is 11.6 of the total fund's revenue. The fund ending, looking at the ending FY22 fund balance, property tax revenue shortfalls in FY22 of $719,000 due to high protests, frozen values, and budgeting based on HCAD's estimates. require us to take that into account when we look at fund balance. The other actual revenue and expenditures in FY22 caused the fund to have a beginning balance of $3.4 million. And so you see that we're lowering the beginning fund balance because of this issue up here to make sure we don't run into any issues in the future. The solution for this fund has three parts. The first is recognizing higher than budgeted interest earnings in three of our bond funds or capital project funds and transferring that revenue to the tax-backed debt service fund. The second item is removing an expense that was already budgeted for in the enterprise debt fund. So that's being paid out of that enterprise debt fund. And the third is to restructure the Series 2022 PIB bonds and do a separate cash defeasance of the Series 2019 B certificates of obligation. And we have our financial advisor with us tonight, and over the next few items, you'll get a lot more detail and information than certainly in a better explained way on the debt side of how those instruments work and what we're doing there. But I can explain the interest income. Looking at funds 506, 513, and 517, these are CIP funds that the city has that hold our bond proceeds. These funds have been generating higher than expected interest earnings in FY22. For a long time, interest rates were so close to zero, they weren't really generating any revenue. Just like in the general fund, as interest rates have gone up, they're generating more revenue. We're proposing to move $250,000 of those interest earnings into the tax-backed debt service fund. I do want to note that this is not affecting any CIP projects. We're not decreasing any funds for the CIP projects at this time or canceling or delaying projects. These projects are not dependent on that interest income. So those will proceed as planned. A little bit more on the debt restructuring, the defeasance. We are restructuring $4.4 million in the PIB bonds. These bonds are non-callable and the interest rate is 5%. There's a present value loss of $38,000 for the term of this issue. The separate cash defeasance of $9.5 million is for CO's 2019B. These were for TERS-related projects, and they have a call date of 3/26, and the interest rate, again, is 5%. These two items will bring the tax-backed debt service fund approximately $4.7 million. In budget amendment number 1 will correct for a 2020 PIB refunding bond paid out of the enterprise debt service fund, like we just talked about on the previous slide. It's over in the enterprise debt fund now. And that frees up $453,000. So just like the income statement we just looked at, here's your adopted budget in this column. Here's the amended budget of what we're proposing. You can see here's the lower property tax revenue from FY22 that we're recognizing. The over budget investment earnings are small positive, some arbitrage fees. Here in the revenue side of things, you can see the property tax revision. There's the big one. That's $5.6 million. Then you have your positive $4.7 million coming in from the debt restructuring. And then you have your 3 transfers in of those interest earnings from the various funds, 506, 513, 517. And then you have finally $457,000 that doesn't need to be spent out of this fund because it is already budgeted in the water sewer debt service fund, the enterprise debt service fund. With this plan, what our projections show us ending the year at $4.6 million, which is just a hair above the fund balance policy of 10%. So with that, I will pass it back to the Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. So just to reemphasize, as we conclude this, there's no impact on residents and businesses for FY23 tax bills, property tax bills. The tax rate that we did adopt is below the no new revenue rate as provided on the corrected tax calculation worksheets. The proposed plan does maintain core services and meets creditors' expectations. We've had Moody's confirm the strong financial position of the city. And then we want to emphasize again that all of our general fund as well as our debt service fund have reserves that remain above our policy minimums. So next steps. So budget amendment number 1, we'll have our discussion tonight. We need confirmation to move forward with budget amendment 1. Which normally is just carryovers, but we'll include the carryovers plus the changes described in the presentation here and in your documents. So budget amendment 1, we would bring that back for a first reading on December 5th. second reading on December 12th. Next steps beyond that, we still have to define the impacts on FY24 and the solutions that we're working on with elected officials to address the mistake that was made in the tax rate calculation sheet. And then, of course, any other questions or any other information the council needs, we'll continue to work on those items. Following this item, as Eric mentioned, we do have action items on the Development Authority of Pearland bond sale. Then that will flow to the city for the defeasance of the certificates of obligation. The following item, that's defeasing the short-term debt we sold to build Fire Station number 8. Part of the plan, as we knew that was a TERS project that would be reimbursed as soon as the TERS produced enough funds. And then the final one is the refunding to support this budget amendment. So with that, Mayor, hand it back to you and the council for discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. A couple comments real quick. First, to the staff for putting a plan together that doesn't lower expectation from our citizens, as well as, using the cash available to make sure that we meet obligations. So I applaud you for putting that together. And as most of the public is aware now, we found this about, Wednesday will be 3 weeks. So in a very short amount of time, this came to our attention, and certainly our staff has reacted quickly to that. I do want to say to the public, we did have a very good meeting with Harris County Appraisal District, HCAD, last week, and Missouri County Tax Office was in that meeting as well. Without going into just complete, detail on the tax calculation worksheet, during the middle of that meeting is when we discovered really and truly what happened, the actual act that happened. And you can't see this, but Harris County sends out what they call their guidance sheet. It's, the tax calculation worksheet, it's about 9 pages, got a bunch of cells in it, all different kinds of values go into different cells, and you're trying to determine where, what, and how does this number go where. Well, Harris County puts out a sheet that it says on line 18A, here's what it is, here's where you go find it, and you plug that number in. Well, as we were walking through this with HCAD, Missouri County Tax Office and staff, Missouri County Tax Office put in the number as per this letter. HCAD said, whoa, wait a minute, because that was an estimate, it should have been 0. Well, that number that they put in was also duplicated in another number down in 19B. So that same number was in both of those cells. Immediately, staff and others, and again, audit committee was there present, asked the question, how is one supposed to intuitively know to put 0 there? And they struggled to answer that question, HCAD. Now, HCAD delivered correct values and those types of things. It's how you get them applied into the worksheet that ultimately, I would call it the flashpoint that created this issue. Should we have caught it? How could we have caught it? Those types of questions. We will get to those when we set aside some type of an audit group to go in and look and see the process of all this data, the way it moves around. One of the requests we did make in this meeting is from now on, we want all raw data from Harris County to us. It doesn't just go to Missouri County Tax Office for calculation, but we want all of the raw data as well. And if you receive an email from HCAD, that email is to be sent to us as well, because what we found is the actual correct data, the certified roll was delivered to Missouri County Tax Office on August the 31st. Keep in mind, August the 31st. 1 month before, almost a month before we approved our budget. So that was never forwarded to us. Missouri County Tax Office said, we've always assumed you've received it. We don't. And so we never know when certified values come out. So communication around all three, I think, has led to some of this. The biggest driver of this is Harris County can't get their certified rollout by the end of July, which is part of the problem with SB2. SB2 just doesn't recognize the large amount of protests that happened in Harris County, 500,000 this last year or over that, and how they can get that out in 90 days and correct all those and get a corrected value or a certified rollout has been part of the issue. So as mentioned by Deputy City Manager, I went to Austin on Wednesday along with HCAD to have a couple of meetings, one with Senator Betancourt's office, and then another one with another senator there that has a pretty good kind of think tank group around him on legislation. And there's real fertile soil to have a remedy in the law. That doesn't help us right now. We still have to go through this, but where we have another problem is looming in year 2, year 3, because we have to use an incorrect tax worksheet right now. There's no provision in law that we can go to the corrected worksheet. We have to start with a worksheet that we know is flawed. So having talked to the folks in Austin, they are sympathetic. I mean, that shouldn't be the case. If you know it's wrong, you shouldn't have to use that. But right now in the law, there is not a remedy or there is not an appeal process. There's nothing like that in order to advance this forward. So we're working on that. I think both our local legislators as well as those we've talked to in Austin are well aware of what we're doing. And we're not the only one. League City had an issue a year ago with their Harris County portion. I'm finding out Lamarck in Galveston County had an issue with their tax calculation worksheet a year ago, which led to a vote. They had to go to the vote on their tax rate this year, and as a result of a mistake on a worksheet last year. So there definitely needs to be a remedy out there so we avoid those types of things. One question I would have on this, because obviously this gets us down really thin on our debt side as far as fund balance is concerned or amount over or under policy. Quick question would be, and I know this is for debt service fund, but as sales tax comes in above and beyond our budget amount that we have, in the budget for sales tax to be coming in, would we look to make some transfer to shore this 10% policy up? I know that's using sales tax money in the debt service side, but can we do that? Number one. Number two, I would like to see us have, when we come back for the budget amendments, this is what we plan to do with some of those dollars above and beyond the sales tax budget, so we can start shoring that number up through the course of the year. And then the other thing that I would say is, and that not necessarily all of that sales tax, but I would be repaying and want to repay and put that internal service fund for fleet back into the kitty, if you will. We're ultimately going to have to replace vehicles, and so we need to have the money to do so we're not taking debt out to do it. So those would be my comments. I wanted to update the public on some of my work in the last 2 weeks of what we've been doing as we found this out. It's been fast and furious, but I think we have a good fix. And John, one of the questions, Roebuck, that I'll ask you, and we can get to it, and that is, it appears to me that Moody's is standing down right now, which I think is great. I think it goes to our strong cash position that we're in. We can, lack of a better term, kind of absorb a hit, and that's what we're doing. I don't think we could absorb a second hit, but we could absorb this hit. My question would be, have they seen remnants of this plan? Do they like this plan? And so part of them standing down is they like this plan. So I think it's important that we look at a plan that our credit rating agencies have I'm not going to say endorsed, but they like it. They think it's well thought out, and I think it would be in our best interest to follow through on what they've seen. Would that be fair?
So,
yeah, if you would.
Fair. Yeah. So we got to have our information, our budget stuff, in September. And October, we got to have an approved budget right here.
Right.
So it doesn't give us much time if there's a mess up in it anywhere along in the September timeframe.
No, that's true. And Mr. Davis, if you, I'm going to go to Mr. Davis first. He signed up to speak, and I forgot to call you out, Jimmy. So if you would head that direction, and I'll answer Member Owens' question real quick. Yes. And had we found it out on September the 1st, we would have been scrambling, but we're scrambling now.
Yeah.
I'd rather be scrambling before we approve the budget than after. It wouldn't have made it any easier. But again, I would much rather have been making that scramble in the month of September than we are now. And thankfully, we found this in the first month of our budget, not when sales tax or property tax revenue is coming in short.
Yeah.
And we're finding that out in February or March. So with that, Mr. Jimmy Davis, you signed up to speak to this agenda item, and I failed to call on you, and I apologize for that. So if
Go first. No, I asked.
You know, Mayor.
Well, Mr. Davis, I called you in the order in which these were given, in which you were given. So, Mr. Davis, if you'd go ahead and speak, please. Thank you. Yeah, and you know the drill, name and address for the record, and 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Jimmy Davis, 5004 Combsville Street. A few questions on the presentation. Carryovers, $2.8 million that was mentioned. Sound like they're saying that's, $2.8 million we're going to get to keep. Are we canceling orders? Otherwise, what does that really have to do with it? You ordered it last year, you're going to pay it this year. It's a wash. Fiscal year 22, property tax reduction, $715,000. Is that normal? And what happens if we have a similar this year? That $7,000 we're over? Well, now we're $710,000 under, or 10%. ARPA fund transfer. I'm glad we found $800,000, I think was the number roughly, that we can transfer from ARPA funds to cover the debt and the general fund. Was that money not there when we were discussing the initial budget? Why aren't we just now finding funds that can cover expenses, when we're in crisis mode? As tight as the debt service fund is, typically all these budget amendments throughout the year, we're adding on more spending. There's this project or that project that we need to take on. Considering debt service fund is so low and we're hoping that sales tax will be over, heaven forbid it's under, I don't think we should be taking on any additional expenditures. Any extra money you have, put it to that debt service fund to make sure you cover it, and then maybe towards the motor pool fund. The last meeting, a lot was said about when this was found. Mayor, you said that there was a budget meeting where you brought this up. I don't remember it. Maybe I wasn't here. I'm not at every meeting. But the budget is not the mayor's budget. It's the city manager's budget. A situation where you're facing, where there's a concern that may impact your property tax revenue, major on the majors. I would think any and every budget meeting, that should be the first thing brought up, and that should be the last thing brought up, to point out there is this uncertainty. As a person who sat through a few of the budget meetings, I didn't hear that. And to hear that it was mentioned on page 6 of a 9-page memo is very disappointing. It's a leadership failure, but we seem to have that every time we turn around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And to be clear for the public, what I said in my statements was not necessarily where or what this issue was. We knew at some level that the tax calculation worksheet had something wrong with it. We knew that. We couldn't pinpoint what exactly it was. I did state that from this dais during the budget. I can go back and find you the tape, Jimmy, and I'll be happy to give it to you. But I know for a fact that I said it. And so we knew that there was an issue. To put our finger on exactly what it was, we didn't know. But we knew that there was an issue somewhere in the tax calculation worksheet. We just thought it was an error in the worksheet, and we were right. We just didn't know how. So with that, we'll call on next person.
Good evening, Dr. Rochelle Parks Yancey, 4803 Lakefront Terrace Drive. I just want to comment on kind of the overall picture something like this creates. We all know about the issues with the water, how the water bill is very, very, very high. And it's due to my understanding, an underestimation of, or the misreading of the prior meters or so on. So certainly that's one issue. And then this. So my point is that, we all know Pearland's grown tremendously. And I'm just wondering if maybe should there be some sort of investment or opportunities to have additional finance support to address, some things. Just because people are elected to office, they may be outstanding, but we all have different areas of expertise. And certainly as an organization gets bigger and bigger, the level of financial expertise grows exponentially as well. That was my first point. And then the second point is the public relations. So when I first read about this, I'm sure as many people did, in the Houston Chronicle, and the language of the article appeared to cast blame on, I guess, Harris County's, whoever they are, okay? But we all know part of Pearland is in Harris County. So when we're casting blame on Harris County, that's still part of, Pearland. Then the second article I read talked about Brazoria County and their assessment. But the point is that I think there should be some sort of cohesiveness in the public relations and in the messaging, and how situations like this are responded to, because it certainly breeds an element of distrust when we have shifting explanations for why something occurred again. And the overall picture of the water and now the budget, and while we obviously would like to believe that there will be no impact on, our individual finances and so on, I'm not sure that there's a level of confidence that not because people are necessarily not telling the truth, but do you really know that to be true? So that kind of is my commentary there.
Good comments. Thank you for that. Was that the last? Okay, sorry about that. We had to. I failed to mention them when we were. I was going to do that after staff report. Mr. Roebuck, if you would proceed. I kind of asked you a direct question on how Moody's and other rating agencies are looking at us, and specifically this plan and what their thoughts are on it.
Yes, Mayor. To answer your question, I guess directly. So when we started this conversation, we started developing the plan. We sent the presentation that we're going to present to you tonight about a day or two before we had the audit committee meeting last Tuesday. And so they saw that plan out. I preface it, it had not been approved by council yet. This was the framework for the plan. They went back and did a quick committee and looked at your past financials, past funds balances, and they said there's really, again, you're in a great position, liquidity position, and this should help the debt service side. We didn't share with them the general fund side because that was still being developed. But again, because of your reserves and because of your liquidity, they didn't see a problem with it. Now, they do want you to address it.
Sure.
But again, even if you go below the fund balance policy this year, as long as we bring that back in the next couple of years, they're not going to see a problem with it.
Thank you for that. Questions, comments from council?
I have some, Mayor. With the Harris County certified values, going back over old budgets, I'm going to reiterate this. It's like I said before, do we know that any of their values were certified correctly for us? Since they assumed we got them this time, is that possible that it happened before, Amy?
Councilwoman, it wasn't a valuation issue. It was a tax worksheet calculation issue. So the values were not in question. Where those numbers were plugged into the worksheet is what the issue was.
So the fact that they were certified or uncertified was irrelevant.
Do you want to take that, Trent?
So they're when you have uncertified and certified, that's always going to move a little bit because you've still got things under protest, things that haven't been finalized. So there's always a little bit of movement there, but it's in the tens to hundreds of millions. It's not 1.3 billion, which occurred here when the valuation number was plugged in, basically duplicated in the tax worksheets.
I still feel a little bit, the word shady keeps coming to mind. That's not exactly what I want to say, but I mean, it's a little bit strange to me that this value was sent to Brazoria County and not also to us. And every year when I look at the past budgets, that amount is not certified from Harris County. So I have to wonder if we ever had the right amount from them. I'm sorry. Maybe that's silly, but I really am wondering about that.
So I think it goes back to what the mayor mentioned with Senate Bill 2, that they do not have the time physically to certify their values by the deadline. So they provide the estimated values, and then those get adjusted after that. And typically we see those just adjust by the values that were still under protest or had not been certified at that time.
I understand that they don't have time, but I mean, they are HCAD. That is their job, I guess. And I'd like to see them do a little better on that.
And Member Kate, I stated the amount of time. I mean, it isn't a large task. That still doesn't give them the right to violate SB 2. SB 2 has a deadline. I'm just trying to set you up for the reality of where they are. SB 2 still has a deadline in it. And, you know, they gave us an uncertified amount, which I did receive, and we do have. And that's what was used in this calculation with Brazoria County. But it was received on time or about on time, July the 25th. And that was uncertified. We're supposed to be receiving certified.
You're right. I think we're saying the same thing. I'm not saying it quite as eloquently as you, but I think we're saying the same thing.
Right.
I also, three of us up here, at least three of us, were really asking for a lower no new revenue rate. And we were told over and over again it just wasn't possible. It just wasn't possible. There was nothing we could cut. And yet here we are, a penny below no new revenue and cutting things. So it was possible all along. I just want to point that out.
Well,
that I got a lot of pushback from people here and a lot of disappointment from residents that wanted to see a different tax rate, and it is a little disheartening to now see funds coming that can cover these things, and we're a penny below no new revenue.
Well, and I'll address that. That's not the same no new revenue rate that was being proposed.
I understand.
Well, but it matters with what you just said.
It is the no new revenue rate
was 54 cents. It's now 63.4. We're a penny under
it, though.
We're a penny, but our tax rate didn't change.
Our tax rate.
It stays 62.3.
But we're cutting things, and we could have to begin with, and lower the no new revenue rate.
We're dipping into certain reserves and those types of things that were being proposed during the budget, but now it's more of a have to than will we.
It's also taken away from the contributions to the motor pool fund. Right. That's a big piece of it as well.
Right.
So it's not fully funding that fund to replace vehicles on schedule.
And remember, Cade, had we gone to no new revenue, the 54 cents,
we'd be in a big
we would have a $30 million delta.
Right. I understand that, but I still wonder what this is
all
going to do.
Had we gone to 59, which was being proposed, we would have a $19.5 million.
I just wanted it 1 penny.
I get it.
I wanted 1 penny lower.
And it wouldn't have been 10. We would be at 11 or $12 million deficit. We would be at a lower deficit.
And I'm not trying to argue. I was just saying what I wanted to say, and I'm not trying to argue about any of this. I just was trying to make a point. I mean, I thought Mr. Davis made a really good point about the ARPA funds. Like, why didn't we hear about that, before? So I thought that was a good point. So thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Member Kamkar?
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna wind up here a little bit, so we may need to enjoy ourselves. But John, you're up at the mic. Can you just introduce yourself one more time? And I just have a couple of questions.
John Roebuck, financial advisor to the city of Pearland.
John, how long have you been in our industry, buying and selling bonds and all that good stuff?
I've been in the industry since 1999, so about 23 years.
Plus or minus. And how long have you worked for the city?
Since 2005.
So it's not your first rodeo. Okay, awesome. Let me ask you a question. Essentially, we've been talking about this issue that we had $1.3 billion, and I'm going to call it fictitious or miscalculated assessed value, and that is essentially driving general fund situation and the debt situation, because we essentially don't have enough property tax revenue coming in the door. Is that, roughly speaking, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard of a city losing or not having or miscalculating $1.3 billion in value?
To the best of my knowledge, no. We've had situations where protests have come in from companies afterwards through lawsuits and reduced the values in future years, but
So
not.
in 23 years, and you don't have, we're not the only client.
Right.
This is the first time this has ever happened.
First time I can remember, yes, sir.
All right, I just want, I'm in fact-finding mode right here. With property tax revenues, what are like the main components? There's like an A times a B equals a C. What are the main, how does that get calculated?
The tax rate or the tax values?
Getting the property tax revenues
Right.
is a calculation. What is that?
Traditionally, by July 25th or 26th, around that date, we're supposed to receive certified values from the appraisal districts, at which point we take the certified values and the uncertified values, which uncertified values, to address some of the questions earlier, those change. I mean, those change throughout the year as they certify either through litigation or through protest. We're supposed to have it by the end of July, so you take that value, do your budget, calculate it based on the tax rate, generate that revenue you're supposed to need for a year.
I just want to make sure I'm affirming. A value essentially times the rate spits out property tax revenues the city receives.
Sir.
So it's essentially A times B equals C. All right, so let me ask you a question here. If we keep the spending at the same level, so if we keep item C, general fund revenues get paid by property taxes, but we don't adjust spending, and 1.3 billion doesn't show up, so item B doesn't show, or item A doesn't show up, are we going to have to increase the rate next year? Most likely, just generally speaking.
Yes.
And I think that was a point that the mayor was alluding to, is that you get into these problems, these car wrecks, and the car wreck doesn't get cleared up very quickly. It's going to take a year or 2 years or 3 years, depending on how this works out. So I guess what I would tell my councilman, and as I've been thinking about this process, and it's been a lonely and very depressing process to just think through, is that if we don't adjust spending between now and this next budget process, and $1.3 billion in value doesn't show up where we are, we're going to have a rate hike, possibly. I mean, that's a real, it's just math. It's not voodoo, it's just math. And so I think that's a consideration we have to do. Let me ask you one more thing, John, as I'm here. When was the first time you saw the tax worksheet that was brought to your attention?
Gosh, probably a month and a half ago. 2 months.
Oh, like right before the end of the budget process or right after? So it wasn't in July or any of
I don't remember exactly. I represent, I see tax worksheets for all my clients.
So let me think about this different. If you saw it a month and a half ago and we passed the budget 45 days ago, it probably wasn't during the budget preparation process.
I can't recall. I'm sorry. I
think you're being charitable, but I hear what you're saying.
I mean, we run numbers all the time for you guys, and so I'm not sure.
Okay, absolutely. Let me ask a couple more items. On this restructuring on the Dutch side that Moody has looked at, we have to pay BOK, your firm, to do the restructuring.
Correct.
We know, generally speaking, what that's going to cost. Yeah, it's assuming we go down that path.
It's in the presentation on the next item or 2 items.
I'll
have to look it up.
There is a cost to doing this. Like nobody's doing this for free.
Total cost will be roughly $42,000 to basically restructure $4.4 million in bonds.
That's not deferred. That's something we just got to pay. That's at least the minimum of this car wreck, this failure that we have. At least it's a $42,000 boo-boo on top of all the other stuff.
It'll be part of the financing plan. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Mr. Calderon, I think you have some of our supplemental items. I put in there. I'd like to go to supplemental item 1.1. The part that I'm struggling with and has been depressed about for 2 weeks, and when I think about the city right now, especially when we find out we got an $8 million hole and now it's a $10 million hole. It's just, how do we get in this car wreck? And I mean, that's what it is. I mean, and it has real world impacts. The people who don't have a homestead exemption, the businesses are paying an elevated amount. They didn't get an exemption out of this. The people that do have an exemption, which are homeowners, seniors, it may not cost money today, but the rate's probably going up next year. And the reality is that the loss of trust, I heard the word shady, which I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with. I mean, between water billing and all the other kerfuffles here, I just wouldn't believe just about anything we put up here. And I honestly look at everything now with the jaundiced eye. But when I look at this net valuation, which is in page 59 of our worksheet, our budget book, I don't know how somebody didn't look at that gigantic hockey stick right there and say, what the hell's going on? Or is there not a problem? I mean, the value increase from 2020 to 2021 is 12.11 billion to 12.53 billion. So that's $400 million. And then it goes up to 15.8 billion. I mean, I don't care what some worksheet, we can drag in the Harris County assessor, we can drag in Brazoria, but we pay a lot of people a lot of money that have a city badge, and they couldn't catch this. And that's the thing that I am struggling with, and I don't understand it. And it has a real world impact. And now we're going to have to cut, and we're doing all these weird gyrations to go and figure out this mess, but this has been out there, and I just don't understand how all the really smart people allegedly that we have here couldn't ask this question of last year it was 1/13 or 1/14 what it raised this year. I mean, $3.1 billion is essentially 26% of the city in one day. That's one Shadow Creek ranch in 1 year, and that took 20 years to build. And I just don't understand where the intellectual rigor was or the scrutiny was. I don't think it existed because this was clear as day in our book, and I'm going to take some ownership here. We raised our hand and looked at it a little bit, but you know, let's go to item 1.2. The staff put this together. This is in a presentation in the first worksheet, and it says this in clear bold print. FY23 is the largest tax value increase in recent history. If we had indications, which were in the last meeting, we had a gigantic increase, and we asked Brazoria County and Harris, and they told us there was a problem, and if the mayor in an open meeting said the worksheet isn't working, I think we would have stopped the train, but we didn't. We just said go faster, and I honestly believe the bureaucrats and the city said we got the green light to spend $10 million more, and we actually had the values to sustain. So they got the answer they wanted. And I'm depressed about this because literally those $10 million is complete nonsense. We actually don't have that money. And it's not going to come in, and it's going to cause a property tax rate hike increase most likely if we go and don't have 1.3 billion show up. So let's go to 1.3, Mr. Calderon. The part that I think Member Cade, it's going to be, well, let's hold on here just for a second. I appreciate this. This is on the budget page worksheet. It's literally the first page. It's a state mandated item. It says we're literally going to collect $10.7 million based on this budget. This budget got voted and approved for the rate at 6-1. I opposed. A couple of the other members opposed the budget 4-3, and it passed. But this is the blaring red light that we are spending a ton of money. And nobody asked the question, did it make sense that we were spending money this quick? Can we go to item 1.4 really briefly? This was a slide that I did. The budget was growing at 10.73 from FY22 adopted to FY23 proposed. That is a really, really, really fast amount. That's $10 million plus. If you go to the next slide, 1.5, you'll see here's the September budget of 2022. Our budget grew faster than inflation. Inflation grew 8.2%. We were 25% over and above that. Nobody asked the question and said, is this a good idea or does something look off? We just got an answer we wanted, and people wanted to approve this budget. And now we're taking all of that back in a gigantic car wreck of a budget now. And I don't know if it's shady, but it's definitely disappointing. It makes you not trust anything that we do. Here's the part that I'm get real upset about, and Member Cade pointed out. Can we go back to 1.3, Mr. Calderon? Now let's go down to page like 59. It's got it's our property tax proposed budget workbook 1, property taxes page 2. Let's keep going. It gets into black and white slides. It's way further past this. Keep going. All right, we're getting there. Keep going a little bit. Keep going. Getting closer. Keep going. Getting closer. All right. All right, slow down, go back up, or no, go down, sorry. Right here. Oh, I keep hearing, and I've heard in the media, I've heard in the newspaper, oh, it's Harris County's fault, it's Brazoria County's, it's everybody's fault but us. But here's the reality. This is from the budget workbook that the city of Pearland produces. My name on it, all these people's names on it, all the people sitting over there's names on it. And under Harris County, there's no notation that this is estimated. When all of us sit here, we look at that and say, those values are good, they're solid, they're like Chevy, they're like a rock. They weren't, they're toilet paper. And that's an estimated value, and there's no notation there. There's a 14.4 billion. We were 11.3 the year before. There's the 3.1. We relied on the people over here to give us good information. If it needed to be notated, it should have been notated. It wasn't. And we relied on that. And now we have a $10 million boo-boo. Here's what I would tell you. If this happened in the private sector, they wouldn't let you out of the office. It's the truth. And the reality is this. We got to fix all this mess, but we have had a car wreck. We're not in the EMS ambulance yet. We're figuring this out. But we cannot keep giving the car keys to the same people put us in the car wreck. It's just not right. And the reality is we're probably going to have a bigger tax rate increase next year. And on the budget that we're doing all this stuff, all this math that is coming through, the math ain't mathing. It didn't math here. What I would tell you is this. I don't want to fiddle around with reserves. I don't want to play with tax accounting tricks. I want to go and do what we propose, some of these memos that were produced. If you'll pull up 1.6, we need to go pull the $4 million out. Here's where it is. This is literally transfers in from the motor pool. We got for facilities, information technology. We literally are taxing you guys now to go and do this, and you're not hearing that come out of the budget. You're hearing reserves, you're hearing budget carryovers. We should have done the budget carryovers at the beginning of this budget. And that's why I'm upset, because we're overtaxing our neighbors, we're overtaxing our businesses, so we can preserve somebody's piggy bank at the city. And I'll tell you this, I went to the HEB yesterday to go get food. I'm standing in the line at the HEB like everybody else, and I'm literally seeing people put stuff back after they've checked out. It means they can't afford it. It means it's too expensive. It's crap like this that makes that so. I'm going to recommend to the body, to the council this. No budget gimmicks, no funny math, no carryovers. Let's go cut the budget, what needs to be cut, the 4.8 million, and let's go do the debt. I'm not going to support the budget gimmicks. We had enough budget gimmicks to get us here. Not going to support them. And if I'm alone on that, I'm fine with that. But here's the thing, the citizens deserve better than budget gimmicks and math that doesn't math.
Councilman, I think you're right. I mean, the numbers, what the numbers are, that we know it's realistic right now, and that's what we're going to have to abide by and live by. And it may take us coming in and making some adjustments within our budget that we have here to make the numbers come out and work for us this year. So I think, that's the only thing we do. I mean, I won't vote for any kind of tax raise, and I don't think anybody else will here for this adjustment. But we know what the numbers are now, and we're going to have to make adjustments in our budget and say, no different than you do at home. If you think you got $1,000 in your checking account and that's all you got, then you make adjustments to live off that $1,000. And so we've got X number of dollars here. We make the adjustments and we live off of it. That's what we got to do.
Any other questions, comments from council? Also want to follow up real quick. Every interview I've given, I haven't sit here and said that Harris County and Brazoria County are the only ones to blame. I've talked about it holistically. There's blame all the way around. There was blame in all agencies as well as us in how we didn't catch this or we should have caught this and everything else. I don't control the news story once it comes out and how they edit it. So I want to make sure for the record, every interview, Joe sat in on an interview today that I did over the phone, and I said there's culpability all the way around in how this went about. So the media, has obviously cared to run their narrative, and I can't control that. You can't control that. None of us can. So I think any other questions, comments from council on Member Carbone?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things to clarify about the people putting groceries up at HEB. This is a lower rate than what would have been passed.
But it was all fictitious.
Yeah, but it's
all the
lower.
data was provided is complete nonsense. Yeah. And the reality is hold on, give me just a second, sir. Just a second. I'm gonna give me like 6 words. The FA of the city didn't review or was given any of the data, and now he's telling us most likely, unless 1.3 billion show up or we cut our spending, we're gonna have a tax rate hike. That's simple math. And so I understand we want to say, well, this is lower and it's not going to be lower next year.
So let's not interrupt. Member Carbone?
Apologize.
So the issue is really easy to get spun up politically. The way I see it, the rate's lower than it should have been this year. And when you talk about blame, I've sat in the meetings. In my opinion, Harris County's instructions, they changed year over year. That caused the issue. Period. Could have, should have, Missouri County Tax Office caught it. Man, that would have been nice. We wouldn't be here right now. I mean, it falls on us. We're here trying to close the $10 million gap. So in the past and going forward, it's not affecting HCAD. They're not here tonight. It's not affecting Missouri County Tax Office. It's us. And so we're having to make the hard decision. So it stops here. And it's disappointing. There's so many inefficiencies. I mean, the refinancing, it's not the right time. We're paying fees. Nobody likes it up here. And there's other agenda items later in the discussion tonight, item 7, to talk about some sort of investigation, getting that documented. And then you talk about handing in keys. There's other agenda items tonight. So right now where we're at is staff put together a proposal on how to close the gap. I know staff's worked hard on it. I don't like it. The motor pool fund, it's been set up for several years now. It's been working. We're essentially punting that for a full year. That's not a long-term solution. The debt service fund, I thank you, John, for figuring something out on how to save that. Ideal, no. Moody's is bought off on it. Great. We cannot not go through a down rating with them. So it's nobody wants to be here. And yeah, some of it's on us. All these slides we're throwing up, we all sat here and saw them. 2020 is hindsight, and we can all argue that. But at the end of the day, staff, thank you for putting this together. I know you've put probably a few extra hours in over the past, 2.5 weeks. And the mayor, thank you for, I don't know, you don't get paid enough. I know we were in a meeting Tuesday at 1 o'clock, and they said, can you be in Austin tomorrow at noon? And you rearranged your schedule. And so I appreciate that. That's all I have for right now.
Thank you. Member Berry?
So I'm with both of you guys, right? I can sit here and I can say, look at all these slides. There's $3 million here and $1.4 million here, $1.6 million there. At the end of the day, we're going through a situation where I think we all looking at values in our homes and our businesses, and all those values are going up exponentially. So the numbers didn't necessarily look right. No, they didn't. And I think we all sat up here and looked at the same numbers. So I'm not going to cast blame on anyone in particular without looking at myself in the mirror. But at the end of the day, we are dealing with some new situations with Harris County and the way they provide their work, they build their worksheet. We're looking at certified value estimates versus certified values. The legislation was passed in 2019 or just signed by the governor in 2019. So, Harris County is still working the kinks out of being able to generate the worksheet to begin with. And secondly, they found it necessary to even have an assessor's meeting to explain all the boxes on the worksheet. So, look, and I think that, all entities involved are still spinning somewhat from this legislation and trying to get it figured out. Should we have caught it? Maybe. Should we, as a council, said, city staff, give me the last 5 years of certified values. I want to compare those to this past year. But it was right there on that slide, and not a single one of us said anything. Clay Pearson sat there in that seat right there and said, the worksheet's kind of funny. I don't understand it. I don't think it's really working out. But what does that really mean? It was a comment in passing. I get it, right? But it was said in the meeting, and I remember it. We talk about next year, and you're talking about tax increases. We've already started conversations with our tax attorneys for the city to work on figuring out how do we get out of this situation. We can't go back to the constituents in Pearland and say, oh, by the way, that tax bill you got? Just kidding. Right. Here's another tax bill. We can't do that. It's not we can't do that at all. It's not legal. Number one, we've already passed the budget. So, voter approved tax election. I don't necessarily know if that would pass. In fact, I know that wouldn't pass in Pearland, right? So we started working with Purdue Brandon on trying to come up with a solution with Darren and Mayor and various other people. So we're already going down the path of that, along with our state rep and our state senators, moving down that path. So there's been a lot of work gone into this. City staff has put a ton of work into this and trying to figure out exactly what it is we can do with coming up with the money. As far as normalized cash flow, we are below the actual no new revenue rate as actually calculated by the worksheet given to us by Brazoria County. But it can't be put into the record because we had already passed a budget. So that being said, I don't like it. Here we are. We have a plan. I'm in support of the plan. We're taking money out of our reserve funds. I don't like that either. We're defeasing bonds that we shouldn't otherwise do because it's a terrible time to do that. And in fact, we're calling that timeline in a little bit to be able to do that. So yeah, we're pulling out all the stops to make it happen and to make it as easy as possible on the taxpayer. So yeah, that's all I really have to say about that.
Member Koza?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I don't necessarily like where we're at. What we're having to do is forced upon us. But just like we do in any instance, on an individual basis, when crisis hits us, we have to deal with it. One, I don't appreciate the political grandstanding up here. I like to thank the audit committee for what y'all have done. I like to thank staff for putting this together. Is it perfect? No. As a member up here, I'm both a resident and a business owner. Several council members have stated several times throughout my tenure on council and before that they're only a resident. They don't live here. They don't do business here. And he sure stands for businesses. I remember a year ago, give or take, a fee that was going to be imposed upon residents and businesses. He had no problem with it. So when we sit up here and politically grandstand, I don't appreciate it. We're going to get this taken care of. We're going to move through this process, whatever it is. And from here, we just need to take care of business, get back on track, and see where we go from here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? I guess to staff, do you have guidance? Do You have, I mean, this is a
Yeah,
discussion.
I believe we have guidance. We've got 3 items that follow this. That'll be the start of this, and then we'll bring back Budget Amendment 1 at the next regular meeting. And, I would also say thanks to Amy, Eric, their staff, Rachel, as well as Qua. They have put in the extra time over the past couple of weeks once this was discovered to be able to pull this together in very short order, present to you tonight. So appreciate the comments
Real quick.
where we are.
Mayor, I want to throw this out one more time because we always say we need 4. I ain't hear necessarily 4, but I would like to just say I would like us to cut the 4.7 million that we're short, because the reality is we don't cut it now, we're going to cut it a year from now. I want to be out there. I want to on the video, the record, whatever we want to say that. Is there anybody who wants to do what needs to be done, what should have been done in the budget process, and make the cut? I would at least like that to be on the table as an option. I am not supportive of the plan here. It's just funny math. It's reserves, it's carryovers. It's not the actual cuts that need to happen. If I lose that, I'm happy to lose that vote and be done with it. But I'd like to at least see, is there anybody else that would like to have it, something where there's an actual component of the general fund expenses cut to 4.7?
Any other questions?
That's what I want to clarify. We have some reserve funds that we're taking out, right? We're still above the 90-day reserve, right?
Sure.
Which is in our policy, okay? It's actually 91 days. So we're defeasing some bonds early. Okay, that's the majority of the gap. So where does the additional
Here's where
why do you want 4.7 when we're actually using that money for what it's designed to be used for?
Jeff, here's the thing. 2.8 million of it is budget carryovers. 620,000 of it is a letter agreement of just some pot of money that the Lower Kirby District owes us. 815 is going from ARPA. The reality is those ARPA fund dollars should be actually doing something, not plugging a gap in a hole. And we have $487,000. We're essentially saying we have more interest expense or more interest revenue. The reality is we're going to have to cut later on. The rate is going to be elevated next year. The John Roebuck says if $1.3 billion doesn't show up and we keep the spending the same, that's the issue. We keep the spending the same, we will be in a problem. We've already been in this car wreck. I'm just saying, let's not take the easy way out. Let's do the necessary cutting while we're dealing with the brain damage. Let's just do the 4.7 and actual cutting of cost. I proposed 90-day contracting freeze, 90-day hiring freeze. Also out there, we have the proposal that we had literally looked at 60 days ago. I couldn't get the movement, and a lot of it was these internal service funds. Let's just do the cutting now. That's my only thing. If we don't have the votes to do it, I'm fine, but I would at least like a proposal. I don't support this proposal. I got to get there so I can look at myself in the morning and look at myself fair. But I don't think we want to keep $110 million in general fund expenditures.
John, would you like to follow up with that? I mean, we're not going to see an additional 1.3 billion coming in. It was never there to begin with. I want to make it abundantly clear. The $1.3 billion that everybody thinks just vanished was never there to begin with. Okay. You've said enough.
Okay, fair enough.
Please. As far as decorum up here, I think we're doing well. We don't need to talk over each other. The 1.3 billion never existed. It got double booked in the worksheet. Should we have caught it? Yes. How could we have caught it? I don't know, because the way it is in the worksheet, and again, I wish we could show everybody here what it looks like on this worksheet. It's not broken out by county. It shows it's aggregated. So when Brazoria County gets it, it's all aggregated in one number. What did we hear all summer long? Exploding values. Everything is skyrocketing. Everything is up. And our staff did question. We saw the emails, and I want to make sure it was abundantly clear. Go back and look at 2 weeks ago. It was abundantly clear. Our staff did ask, how did our values go up that much? How did our tax rate decrease that much? The questions were being asked of Brazoria County, who does the tax rate worksheet. They were looking and trying to figure out and couldn't find it. Again, questions were being asked. Should we have stopped? Should we have stopped at some? That's what one of these items, item number 7, is going to get into, and that is, what should we have done? What's our best practices? What should we have gotten into and stop the process and when? Because again, we also have a charter that says thou shalt pass your budget by X date. So we had that looming issue coming as well. So I want to make it abundantly clear. Staff and everyone was working to try to figure out what was wrong with the worksheet. At the same time, we have a budget cliff that was coming that we had to get into. And I'm not going to sit here and say and offer excuses for everyone, but questions were being asked. Questions were being asked up here. Even city manager at the time was saying, I don't understand how values can be up 14%, but that's what we're seeing. And so, we're not going to get 1.3 billion fall from the sky. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Now, any cuts in these internal service funds, I want to make sure that the public is aware. That is a bank. That is each department paying a lease, if you will, for vehicles that they use into a bank. So we have cash to pay for replacements of vehicles, not debt. Those vehicles at some point in time will have to be replaced. Now, can we get more life out of the vehicles? I hope so. That's what we hope to do, be it a service truck, be it a police car, be it, fire, either apparatus or vehicles. We hope to get more time, and that's part of the proposal, is to make sure that we get more time. Can we use more money out of the motor service pool? We could. Could we use some more dollars out of some of the internal service fund? We could, but we'll have to still pay for it later. We'll still have to replace computers. We'll still have to replace vehicles. We'll still have to replace a roof on a building. Part of that was facilities internal service fund. So one way or the other, we're going to have to hope and pray that a few things last longer, okay? And I think that's still part of the equation, is always making sure that our stuff lasts a little longer. But even if we take it out of the service funds, which is an option, it still doesn't get us out of replacing those things down the line with cash. They still have to be replaced, and we either have to do it with cash or we have to do it with short-term debt. And our financial policies don't allow that. So understand this is a way to get it and get back on track sooner rather than later. And what we're talking about next year in the calculation is we lose credits. We lose credits in the worksheet. It's a very complicated issue. I'm still trying to understand the credits and everything else in SB2, but we lose those because we have to start with a worksheet that we know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, is false. Okay? And so there's a lot of doom and gloom out here that next year is going to be horrible. Not necessarily. I'm not saying that it's going to be rosy either. But whatever we take out of internal service and everything has to go back at some point. And who pays for that? You and I do, as taxpayers. You and I have to pay for that. I'm a taxpayer. We're all up here. We're all taxpayers. We will all have to pay for that. The goal from staff and others has been, you, the residents, didn't create this. So we don't want you to have we could cut in service. Some of what we're talking about could be a cut in service. But that's not fair to the residents who pay the bill. Your bill doesn't go down, but your services go down. That's not right either. So it is a quandary. I mentioned I was in an interview today, and a guy, likened, what's the last 2 weeks been like? And I said, well, we have hurricanes that come and go. They create a lot of havoc. They create a lot of issues on the ground. And as mayor and staff, you have to deal with them. We didn't ask for it to come this way. We didn't intend for it to come this way, but it's here and we got to deal with it. This is a financial hurricane. We're in the midst of it. We have to deal with it. We didn't ask for it to come this direction. Could we have caught it? Again, we'll find that out through an audit process and how much we could have caught, and we'll deal with the outcome from that. But like a hurricane, you have to stop, do what you got to do, get your residents back up and running, get your city back up and running, and we deal with the financial crisis as it hits. Member Camcar, I'll let you finish up.
I don't want to go into this saying everybody agrees with the plan. I'd like to at least see the 4 people that want this plan to go forward. And if there's 4, I think that that's great. I would also like the alternative. If there's not the 4, that we look at $4 million, $4.7 million in budget cuts. Everything needs to be on the table. This is a financial hurricane. When you're in a hurricane, everything is on the table.
Yep. And I'm not opposed if staff wants to sprinkle some of this stuff in. I'm not opposed to that. I think it's all hands on deck in making this stuff happen. But at the same time, we have a good plan that gets us there. Nothing, your plan, any other plan, still has out years consequences.
100%.
Okay. I just want to make sure that you've said that for the record.
Yeah, but here's
even your plan has out year consequences.
The reality is this, and Mr. Roba said this earlier. If the value doesn't show up, the rate goes up if the spending is the same. If we reduce the spending now, which is what we should do, I'm going to say we should do. Alex is saying we should do. Guess what? Those consequences a year from now probably get lessened. I would just like to put $4.7 million in general fund expenditures on the table. And just, if we sprinkle it in, let's sprinkle it in. I'm not saying that the funds are the answer, but it is the least painful, at least short term. And when we're in a hurricane, you just want to find shelter. Right? You know, we're hiring a ton of people. We could do a hiring freeze, a contractor freeze. That would be a piece of that there, and find it in some other places. I mean, the fact that we have $2.8 million in carryovers tells you there's a lot of fat in that budget.
Well, I heard.
So can I just talk a little bit about carryovers? And you know, make sure we're all on the same page. Is that, you know, the carryovers are items from the last year's budget that have been ordered, and we're awaiting the receipt of those, or we've received them and we are awaiting the invoices for those. So a big chunk of that, a great example for a big chunk of that, is vehicles we ordered for police, fire, public works last year. There's a supply chain issue, and it takes a long time to get vehicles delivered, so they have not been delivered yet. And that is the bulk of what the carryovers is items that have been ordered, and we're either awaiting the delivery of those, or we are waiting to be invoiced for things that have been delivered. And so the carryovers, basically, we move the revenues as well as the expenditures over to FY23. It's the normal thing we would have done as a matter of course of doing city business at this time of year with Budget Amendment 1, if we would have never had any of the issues with the tax valuation and the tax worksheet. We would be doing those anyway.
Member Cade?
I want to, earlier I used the word shady for HCAD, and I want to apologize for my poor word choice. I meant dereliction of duty, neglect. I meant a lot of things, but shady was a poor word choice.
But you also meant it for Harris County Appraisal District.
I meant it for HCAD. Yeah, that's who I meant it about. I'm sorry. I just want to apologize for my poor word choice.
All right. Any other questions, comments? And I think to members' point, I've heard 3 definite that said they're in favor of the plan moving forward. Do we have a 4th that's in favor of the plan moving forward, or do we need to rework this? I don't want to be on the 5th reworking this whole thing. I think we need a plan that we can endorse and we can move forward. I have heard 3. We're not proposing, and I want to make sure, Member Owens mentioned, we're not in favor of a tax increase or raising taxes. We're not doing that. We can't change the rate. The rate is set based on where we are. What do we have in out years? That's what we're talking about. Is where do we go in next year's budget and the year after that and the year after that in any of this? And I guess, the question is, are you in favor of this plan, or do we need to rework it?
Well, who's the 3 supporting?
Yeah. No, I think so. We know what the number is. We know where we're at, and that's all we got. So, if you got that much in whatever the number amounts to, then you have to, probably going to have to adjust the budget to fit that number, because it's not any more coming in.
Right.
And you only got X number of dollars going out. So you know pretty well know what the number is now, so you make adjustments accordingly.
So Mayor, who's the 4 supporting? Just so I didn't hear the 4.
Be careful on voting. from the.
Again, this isn't an action item, but the council can express their, support moving forward, because obviously that would have to be taken at a future meeting, December 5th, with a budget amendment. So, but council members can express their support for that this evening. It just won't be a formal vote.
I heard 3 expressly say it.
Who are those 3? I didn't hear.
Oza, Carbone, and Barry. I heard specifically from their.
All right, and then Member Owens, you're on board with this? I just want to be sure I'm getting the right picture.
Here, we're going to have to use the numbers we got in order, because we got to have another budget done by the end of April. I mean, the end of October.
Right.
Next year. So we're going to have to use numbers.
Right. That's correct.
Yeah. So.
And that's I mean, staff is addressing our shortfall with funds that are available.
Yeah.
And that's where we're trying to get to. And again, I'm stating, if staff wants to look at some of the proposal that Member Camcar is talking about, I'm in favor of putting some of that on the table.
Yeah, I would welcome that, or any other general fund budget cuts. I'm open. I'm just going to say my perspective. It's funny math. It's this and this and this. It's bumping up the interest. It's not actual general fund expenses that need to be cut. And that's where this problem got into.
So, Mayor, if you don't mind, I would say this. We do have the ability to make budget amendments throughout the year. And yeah, we do.
Sure we do.
We have 2 budget amendments we're going to do, and emergency budget amendments, and I would consider this an emergency situation. I mean, in the loose sense of the term necessarily, but at the end of the day, we could make a budget amendment. The $2.8 million for carryovers, I do feel, is money that was reserved for previous purchases, and I don't think that we would go back on those purchases. So, I mean, I would think that if you wanted to take a look at the budget, $4.7 million is a little bit aggressive. I wouldn't be necessarily in favor of any additional expenditures in this budget period. But at the end of the day, we do have the ability to make budget amendments throughout the year. And if staff or you would come up with any specific items you would like to discuss and cut, bring them to the table, and I think we would all be willing to listen.
Jeff, I can't get a second. I tried to do in the last budget process.
You don't need a second for that.
I can't bring anything to the floor without a second.
Well, and again, I've asked staff to include some of your thoughts on that. I don't think any of those are necessarily wrong. Every single one of these that we're talking about, whether it's what staff's talking about or even what you're talking about, has consequences in out years. As consequence, and so we have to pick what consequence we want to swallow. And I'm in favor of not interrupting any services for our residents. Now, and how do we pay for that in out years? That's where we all, have to get to. So enough about new business item number 3. We're going to move to new business item number 4. Member Carbone, would you place that on the table, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action, Resolution R 2022-270. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report, and I see Mr. Roebuck at the podium.
So just real quick before we hand it over to Mr. Roebuck, this is an item associated with the DAP meeting earlier today, the Development Authority of Pearland, where they recommended, based on their financial advisors, proceeding with a bond sale that will result in $13.7 million of proceeds. We would be, this while it is associated with the budget amendment we've been talking about, would be occurring one way or the other. This is the annual time of year where the TERS, we determine what the revenues are for the TERS, determine whether any debts should be sold through the Development Authority of Pearland, and then we repay the developers that built projects within the TERS. While we're one of the developers getting reimbursed this time around for Fire Station 8, as this was planned to do, there are actually others in front of us that are getting a portion of this as well. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Roebuck to go through the details of the bond sale.
Just want to make it abundantly clear, this was scheduled regardless of what happened 3 weeks ago.
That is correct, Mayor. That is correct. This is the annual process we go through. Mayor, council members, again, John Roebuck. Thank you, Trent, for the introduction. We do look at the incremental value increase within the TERS number 2, Shadow Creek Ranch, every year, determine if there's enough value increase from the captured value, the initial value in 1998, to do a bond issue, which will expedite the reimbursement of funds to developers. In this case, there's 4 developers being reimbursed with these funds, including the city of Pearland, to the tune of about $10 million. But we did go out, and actually, if you'll turn to page 1, the next page in the slides, I'll go through the bond buyer index. I'll go through this now, and this will cover the next presentation too, next item. But this is the bond buyer index, weekly average of municipal bonds across the United States. These were revenue bonds. So we're looking at the red line here on the chart. We're currently at a 4.3%. So kind of give you an indication what the rates are for revenue type bonds. And so if you go to the next page, give you a summary of the bids we received, or the bid we received, and kind of the process we went through. We sent a term sheet and a bid sheet to 28 financial institutions, banks, locally and throughout the United States that typically buy this type of debt. We sent that out on Friday the 4th and asked for bids to due back at 10 o'clock last Friday. We did receive 1 bid from BOKF NA, and I will disclose that is a subsidiary of our firm. But we did do a competitive bid process, and I have the proof to show the email that went out and the questions that were answered. We did receive 4 indications of interest from other banks, also 3 others. Ultimately, they came down to, and they just decided not to buy it, given the interest rate environment and also the credit. But the bid was at 3.74, which is a little higher than we initially projected, 3.5. But what it does is on the next page, in the final sources and uses of funds, we were able to sell $13.7 million in bonds, less issuance costs of $184,000, for total proceeds to be used for developer reimbursement of $13,551,000, which is an all-cost interest rate of a 4.124. We're asking you to approve this tonight. The Development Authority apparently did approve this at 4:30 this afternoon, or 4:15 this afternoon. With your approval, we'll work with the Attorney General, and Rick Whitty and Tanya Fisher, your bond counsels here. They'll turn the documents over to the Attorney General, get them to approve it. We'll close on December 20th. The next page of the presentation is the final debt service requirements. The far left, you have your current debt service requirements of Development Authority of Pearland, plus your principal and interest in total of the 22 bonds. And so you have a total debt service on the far right of about $12.4 million a year total debt service requirements for the Development Authority. And this is not city debt. This is paid for by the tax increment of the Development Authority of Pearland. In the next page is the bond issue parameters. This is how we came up with the bonding capacity to do this bond issue. The 3 entities that we can tax against are the City of Pearland, Brazoria County, and Fort Bend County. And so we take their values, which were provided by Assessments of Southwest, independent appraisal district that looks at the different appraisals of values. They provide us their certified plus their estimate. We use those numbers to structure this bond issue. You'll see on the far right green column is the new bond issue and how that layered into basically the revenues available under the blue column there, the coverage. And so we are a little under the 1.125 coverage, so we have some capacity there, and we actually some protection for investors when it's all said and done. And then on the last page of the presentation is the schedule of events. Now, we've hit all these dates tonight, except for the last 2. Tonight, we're asking you to approve the sale. And then once you do, we will close the bond issue on December 20th, which those funds will be distributed to the different developers, including the City of Pearland, which we'll get into the next agenda item. With that, I'll be happy to answer your questions about the financing. I know, like I said, Mr. Whitty and Ms. Fisher will be happy to answer your questions you have on the legal side, legal requirements.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Roebuck. Does that complete staff's report?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions, comments, concerns from council? Seeing none, thank you, John, for that. Madam Secretary, we're going to call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone.
Aye.
Member Kamkar.
No.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Berry.
Aye.
Member Owens.
Aye.
Member Koza.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-1.
All right. To Ms. Cade, would you place item number 5 on the table, please?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R 2022-269. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. Following on the last item, this item actually takes the city's proceeds from the DAP distribution of funds and then defeases the city's certificates of obligation related to the Fire Station 8 project. So when we moved into a program of building several projects within TERS 2 to be TERS reimbursable, the city had to do short-term financing to build those projects. Once the TERS valuation increased to reimburse the city with interest, we pay those COs back. So this is the first of those with Fire Station number 8.
All right.
Mayor, if you're okay, I'm going to kind of address items 5 and 6 together because they're all kind of part of the same financing plan. Again, the first page of the presentation is bond buyer index. Went through that earlier. So if we'll go to the second page of the presentation, we looked at all of the city's debt to find the best solution to basically restructure bonds that were being paid in 2023 to push those out, generate, I guess, the least amount of interest cost to the city. And so the two bond series that we found that matched almost the exact amount we needed and the highest possible interest rate we could call to minimize that cost were the 2023 maturities of the Series 2014 and 2016 permanent improvement and refunding bonds for a total of $4.3 million. Again, these aren't callable, so we'll put these in escrow until March 1 and have those bonds paid off. The good thing is the escrow rates, short-term rates, are actually higher than long-term rates right now, so we'll generate some interest on the escrow and reduce the cost of the escrow to pay those bonds off. The next thing we looked at is because of the Development Authority of Pearland's proceeds we're going to receive, roughly $10 million, we looked at paying these bonds off prior to the call date. And give you an idea, when we sold the 2019 bonds, 2019B bonds for these TERS-related projects, we did have the intention of using these reimbursements to be paid off, to pay the bonds off. This one came in a little earlier than we initially projected, which is a good thing. And we hope the next reimbursements come in faster also because it allows us to pay off the bonds and get them off the books. They'll no longer be the responsibility of the city at that point. On the next page of the presentation, we look at the refunding. And I call it refunding, but like I said, technically it's a restructuring. But far left is the city's current debt service requirements. And then there in the middle of the left, the debt service and the bonds to be refunded, $4.4 million. That's the principal amount plus the interest component to call on March 1 of 2023, plus the proposed Series 2020 refunding bonds, the restructuring bonds. We're looking to actually extend those maturities out an additional 5 years. So we'll generate the $4.3 million of savings in 2023, which is there in the yellow highlighted column, but the blue number. It's going to cost about $965,000 for the next 5 years in additional interest cost to debt service requirements, or a total of basically a negative $513,000, $914,000 interest cost to the city. We'll go to the next page. This is the estimated sources and uses of funds. Again, we're selling about $4.4 million in bonds, expenses of about $42,000. And the reason why the expenses are a little lower than you normally see on bond issues is because we are looking to do a private placement so we can expedite the process, go out there and look for an institution that will buy these bonds. And because these are general obligation, tax-backed bonds, we'll see a lot more banks interested in buying this, a little safer investment than the Development Authority of Pearland. We're estimating that the all-cost interest rate would be about 3.795%. And again, we're looking to refund $4.3 million. They have an average rate of about 5% or 4.959. Estimated savings is actually a loss of $514. The estimated net present value savings is only a loss of about $39,000. And then in conjunction with the restructuring, the cash defeasance I mentioned of the 2019 B bonds. Again, we were planning to do this again whenever this reimbursements came in. Far left is the current debt service requirements of the city. That includes the estimated results of the restructuring and refunding. And we're looking to pay off the 2030 maturity of those 2019 BCOs of $9.5 million. And then the interest cost there, and then the total cost is about $9.9 million, almost $10 million. So this difference, or we call it the debt service difference, is really savings of about $475,000. You offset that against the cost I mentioned earlier.
Can we have staff catch up because you're looking at, there we go.
I'm sorry. Apologize. Cash defeasance of the $10 million for the Development Authority of Pearland proceeds. There on the far right is the difference. We're going to save about $475,000 a year until 2030, where you basically $9 million, $7 million, we're paying all those bonds off. Compare that to the cost we are showing on page 4, I think, page 3 or 4, the presentation. Actually, page 3, excuse me. That will offset that $965,000 to about $400,000, a little less than $400,000 a year in cost to the city. So we're trying to minimize that cost on the outgoing years by generating the savings we need this year in 2023. To do that, and I'm going to skip page 6 because this was done about 2 weeks ago and it's no longer valid. So the schedule of events on page 7. Tonight we're asking you to reschedule events and approve the defeasance plan and the first reading of the parameter ordinance for the refunding. If you all approve this, tomorrow we'll start working on a private placement term sheet and bid sheet. Distribute that on Monday of next week after the holiday. And then we'll come back for December 5th to have the second reading of the parameter ordinance. And then on the 6th, because it's a parameter, as long as we stay within the parameters of that ordinance, we can sell that without having a council date so we can move faster. And we'll take the bids on the 6th, lock it in the rate, and have it approved by the city manager or CFO. And then we'll get the reimbursement on December 21st for the defeasance, and then close the refunding bond issue on the 29th before the year end. And then on next year, following getting those cash from the Development Authority of Pearland, we'll size and structure an escrow, defeasance escrow, and then close that on the 19th of January. Those bonds will no longer be the obligation of the city. Kind of a combined financing plan there, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you have on either one of those plans.
All right, thank you, John. Is that complete staff's report?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll open it up for questions, comments, concerns from council. Member Camcar?
Is this, John, are these items 5 and 6 in relation to the budget fix that we're having to do? Are these completely independent of that process?
6 is a new financing structure we came up based to try to minimize the damage from the tax collections.
And so what about number 5?
5 was going to be done regardless.
Yeah, I couldn't remember. Yeah. 5 was in the works. 6 is for that. Any other questions, comments from council? All right. Member Owens, you got anything? Question? All right. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, we will, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Berry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
No.
The motion passes 5-1.
All right, we will move to item number 6. Mr. Berry, would you present that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration of possible action, first reading of ordinance number 1623. So moved.
We have a motion, a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the item to refund the bonds that were just covered by Mr. Roebuck.
All
And
right.
it is a first reading, so we'll have to bring the second reading back next meeting.
This is the actual refunding.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Any other questions, comments from council? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Berry?
Aye.
Member Owens? Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
No.
Member Cade? The motion passes 5-1.
All right. With that, we will move to Mr. Owens, item number 7. If you'll present that, please.
You would give me the big one. Consideration possible action regarding the city council's engagement of an independent third party to review and prepare a written forensic audit with respect to the role of the parties and processes involved in the city's fiscal year budget process in 2023. I so move.
We have a motion, a second. And I guess our audit committee is the one that placed this on the agenda for this. I'll either I can address it or members of the audit committee as well. Went ahead and placed on the agenda And we had some wordsmithing from Member Camcar as well on some of this. We do feel it's necessary to get an independent look. This isn't like an investigation from a law firm. This is an investigation or an audit from on the financial side. We need somebody that knows and understands the inner workings of CAD, the appraisal districts, the tax office like Brazoria County, and then the city. So they understand how all of these numbers move through this process. I don't believe, we do not have a firm selected. We wanted to make sure that council wants to go down this road and pick it. We would be coming back at a later date to have this firm selected. We do have a date in here. We'd like to have something delivered by December 31. Don't know if we'll meet that deadline specifically, but we certainly want to start this process and get it moving as soon as possible. As members of the audit committee, I know Mayor Pro Tem Carbone reached out to several places to start getting a look at this. This is a firm, as far as we're concerned, would work directly for the city council. The point of contact would be the audit committee, which is made up of council members. Obviously, we're going to have some staff input and trying to get documents and those types of things. Staff would be involved as well. I have had conversations in our meeting with HCAD. They are ready, willing, and able to participate and cooperate. Same thing with the Brazoria County Tax Office. They want to cooperate and see how we got where we are. In the agenda item, if you'll see it, there's a rather, and Joe, you might want to go there real quick. As far as scope is concerned, it's a rather kind of exhaustive list, if you will, of questions and items for them to understand. And you'll see in here, what happened to cause this, what role, if any, did the CADs play, what role, if any, does the Brazoria County Tax Office play, what role, if any, did the city staff play, and again, how much of this was us, how much of this was this group, how much of it was that group, and the like. There's even, in here, we want to know best practices. What can we learn from this? What should we have been asking that we didn't? So we know in the future how we do that. So fairly exhaustive list of things of that nature. The TERS number 2, it is a calculation that gets into our worksheet. What does that cause for our worksheet? What does that cause moving forward? Obviously, the TERS itself will be collapsing here at the end of the decade, and it'll be going away, but we still have to contend with it. So we put this list together to enlist a firm to go through this process. As we also stated in the agenda item, and in the request, this is a firm that will have never worked for the city of Pearland before. So we want them to be completely independent. We also want it to be a firm, if possible, that Brazoria County has never used before. So we don't want any undue influence from past records or past opportunities that they've worked. Might be hard to find a firm that's never worked for Harris County before, but we'll certainly try. We want somebody, so we may have to get somebody completely out of the area in order to do that. We have talked with several CFO types just to get an idea of what other people do. And we want to know these best practices moving forward. So with that, I'll open it up to members of the audit committee for your thoughts on it as well.
Thank you, Mayor. The scope that Joe had up on the screen, I think it does a good job. My opinion is, 2020 hindsight, everything that staff has said, everything that Harris County and Brazoria County said, all makes sense. I think out of the abundance of caution, it does make sense to have an independent set of eyes come in and say, yep, that makes sense, or no, there's a memo from 6 months ago that points to it, and if it's there, we need to get to the bottom of it. But from all the data I've seen, it makes sense. But I think we've certainly got to bring in someone that's completely independent to A, confirm what we all think and what we've seen, and then B, the steps going forward from best practices.
Very good.
Yeah, I'd reiterate that. best practices is kind of what I'm really looking for. We really understand what the steps are, and there's nothing really we can do when it comes to. We're not going to go and do a forensic audit of the Brazoria County tax assessor's office nor the Harris County tax assessor's office. That's just impossible. So I think to go back through and understand what our best practices are, integrate that into our budget process in ongoing years is going to be where we need to go with this. So I'm looking forward to that, and specifically on question 4. Question 4, L. Right? That's the big question I want to know. What can we do to integrate this into our budget process and create some best practices for us going forward?
Yeah,
So this never really happens again, right? So
Real quick, along that line, we may develop a policy, for example, that says when we get that uncertified, estimate, we may want to use 95% of that number, not 100% of that, those types of things. There may be some policy decisions that we make coming out of this, so we have a little bit of a hedge, in that process. I guess the question I have, and Darren, I had a question posed to me that a forensic audit that gives the firm the ability to subpoena or get to records. Is that true? In other words, if we have an agency that's not cooperating with us, can we compel them to?
So the answer is, in this particular case, a forensic audit is one usually where you're looking for illegal financial activity. And so, and it's gathering information that would ultimately be used in court for that purpose. From what I've seen so far, that this doesn't quite fit that bill. So it's using the term forensic audit would not be consistent with that. But I think if that's your intent, if we continue and go forward with pursuing a forensic audit, I think you're going to have trouble finding somebody to do a forensic audit for this.
Yeah, because I don't think we have the ability, not the ability, I don't think we have the authority, I'll use that, to go into Harris County Appraisal District and do a forensic audit. We don't have the same thing in Brazoria County Tax Office. We have the ability here locally with ours, but we don't have it with that. I would be hesitant to obviously suggest that. So I want to make sure that we're setting our expectation the right direction with this. We're really asking somebody to really review the flow of information, the data collection, the flow of information, how that then gets used from one agency to the next. How is it delivered to us? I would hope as we go through this process that the two agencies that we've talked about will continue to be cooperative in this. Obviously in Brazoria County we have an elected official that runs that office. HCAD we don't. They are appointed through the process that we have. I have been assured by Mike Sullivan, who is the chairman of that organization and is one that we have put in his position, that they are all about cooperating fully in this. So I would hope that we could have a firm or something back. And this is part of the process. We're authorizing us to go and look at this. I would also like probably staff to do some digging a little bit and present to us and help us just from the day-to-day operations of this. Maybe a firm even as soon as 2 weeks from now to do this. We are looking at a financial type firm, so somebody who is well-versed in auditing. Unfortunately, auditors are kind of up to their neck right now in governmental auditing, so we'll have to find somebody that we can do that with. I'm not sure if Mayor Pro Tem, if you had any success in looking and searching out there.
Yeah, there's several firms out there I think would fit the bill, and I get to the forensic word. I point to this scope that we've got on the screen. Call it what you want. This is the scope. If there's any sign through these procedures that there's any illegal or malfeasance or anything going on, forensic audit of everybody, and
we get back together.
Immediately. But I think right now there's a good scope up on the screen that shows what we want to accomplish, because there's a balance. I mean, we could, spend who knows how many millions and have somebody camp out and annoy the mess out of staff as they're trying to go through this budget process. And that's not the goal. The goal is, again, like I said, in my opinion, to verify what we've been presented up to this point, say, yep, that's really what happened. And I mean, Mayor, the agenda has clearly those HCAD worksheets here in this agenda packet.
Right.
And I mean, as I look through them again, it's clear in my mind what happened. But again, for an independent third party to come in and say, yep, or no, we need to look further.
Okay, so we think we could be back on the 5th and name somebody and go. All right. Member Camcar?
Jose, can you pull up 1.1 on this? First of all, I want to thank go to page 6. I want to thank the audit committee and the council. I've been talking about this since early November. I'm surprised we're taking this long to get here, but we're here. I'm happy about that. But this is the part that I still struggle with. I don't understand it, but this is in between the first and second reading. It's on September 15th. And it says essentially, fourth, these are projections. As we learned in FY22, revenues can come in higher or lower than expected. Thus, as the city reduces reserves to the policy minimum, the fallout from a revenue shortfall will become more impactful due to decrease of reserve. Of particular note is the Harris County uncertified tax rolls, which will not be certified until after the budget and tax rate. In general, last year's Harris County overestimated the uncertified tax roll. The part that I understand, and it now goes to the audit, I like to pull the scope up, is if we have this on our radar, and I think the mayor said it, maybe we should have rung the bell higher. I don't know it's clear we had the issue literally the 12 months preceding, and we didn't adjust. I'm trying to be kind here. But I would like to say under item number 3, because we talk a lot about HCAD, Brazoria County, all these other people, is just, can we add to this item, and I would like to amend it, is how do we use historical data in this analysis? Because one item is, here's one date, 1 year, one data point, and how does that roll in? I think when we looked at that hockey stick from the net assessed valuation, I think anybody that is being practical would say that just looks really odd that we have a hockey stick in values when values, building is time intensive, laborious, then you have to go get it appraised. Values don't go up 3.1 billion in 1 year. You don't get 25% of the city show up in 1 year. It just doesn't happen. And so I would like to amend, and I'm going to make that motion, that we analyze historical data and how do we process this. I think getting to the audit and the forensic, and I agree that that's a term of art, is when we get data that doesn't jive, because I know you said it, the city manager said it, other people said it, the data isn't working. What is the process to stop the train or slow the train down? I realize we have legislative deadlines that we have to meet statutorily. I'm not even debating that. But if we see data that just doesn't jive, where is the off switch or the slow down switch or the pressure relief valve?
Well, where's the flag go up in the horn?
100%. And we're going to end up finding out that a lot of people made boo-boos, and then all those boo-boos made a gigantic one. That's probably what's going to end up being here. But the reality is we have a tremendous amount of data. We have budgets going back to 2010, 2005. I mean, we can go on and on and on. And it seems like we didn't just put this in historical context. And that's the part that I'm frustrated in. When we have a memo that we just showed, there was historical context that wasn't very old. And that's the part that I struggle with. So I'm going to make the motion that we amend item 3.
Add a C.
Add a C. How does the city of Pearland analyze tax data provided by others in historical context?
Everybody got that?
I'd like to make that motion. 3C.
3C.
I'll second it.
So add a C. 3. Yeah. We have and I think that's a good question. Again, we tried to be exhaustive.
Oh, no,
I
get that.
We have a motion, a second to amend. It's a motion.
Amend the scope.
Motion to amend the scope, adding a 3C as stated. We have a motion and a second on that. Any questions on the motion to amend? Seeing none, Madam Secretary will vote on that motion to amend the scope.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens? Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, so we have an amended We have an amended motion on the table now, so.
I'm going to do one more here, Mayor, and I'm going to go under items firm to answer, and we'll add it to.
Which one? I'm sorry.
Or what is N? MNO. I got to Aggie. Got to say it out loud. O. So item O, if we say is what processes, if someone is uncomfortable on our side or somewhere else, what processes can we put in place to slow down or relieve or go and adjust? Because I really feel the discussion was we have to go, we have to go, we have to go. We're moving in this direction. And I don't know maybe that we empowered the folks to say we're uncomfortable with data or we're uncomfortable with the result. And it may be as simple as a 24-hour, we need to have a rally meeting. I don't know the answer.
Right.
There needs to be a space where people can speak up and say, yep, the data doesn't work. And I don't know what the answer is. It may be a phone call, it could be whatever, but I'd like to at least say if there's a process in place, if staff members or elected officials, whoever, are uncomfortable with the data that makes up the budget, whether it's the worksheet or others, that there's a relief valve. And I don't know perfect art for that, but.
Yeah, that's a good question. And part of this may be even an N, what is your recommended process moving forward? What are the resources necessary to complete?
Or safeguard or something. I just, the part that I feel is as we've talked about it.
Well, we were trying to give kind of an all-encompassing, what are we missing here that maybe we didn't ask in N?
The audit committee just wants to ask that question at a later date. I won't belabor the point. I really do feel there's got to be a point where somebody says, hey, I sat here, I went through an all-nighter, and I just can't get this damn thing to work.
Right.
Yeah. And I've got to pull the brake.
I would say that I think that would be the result of this document, right? All the questions.
And that's kind of what was meant with N without making it specific. We wanted to make it a little bit broader. What are we missing? What else could we have had in here that we missed? N was really meant to be a little broad that way. Okay, but no, I think it's noted, and I think as far as the audit committee is concerned, I think we all want to answer that question. When do we raise the flag? When do we trumpet? And make sure that we don't ever cross this again. Any other questions, comments from council? He's going to back off. I think it's N, but we'll make sure from an audit committee that we are specifically, if we don't get that, it's answered. Right. Correct. That's correct. That's correct. I mean, the firm will be working for the council, so we just need a direct report, and that's going to be to us, and then we will be disseminating whatever information. So, any other questions, comments from council? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we're going to vote on the motion, the amended motion.
Member Owens? Aye. Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0 as amended.
All right, very good. With that, we'll move to Mr. Koza. If you present the consent agenda, are there any items to be removed from consent? M as in Mary? All right. So A through M with the exception of M. He's ready.
He's ready. He's good. It's going to be like 2 minutes.
Yes, Mayor. Consideration and possible action on the consent agenda, items A through M, excluding M.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Cade? Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens? The motion passes 6-0.
With that, can we do a quick M? Are y'all good with that? All right. All right. Surface water treatment plant update. Do you just want to ask your questions, or do you want him to?
We have any work orders since our last meeting that are owner directed? When's our time of delivery?
So, good evening, Councilman Kamkar. With regards to your question, there are no owner-directed change orders at this time. And two is that, as we will then continue to talk about in our update also on December 12th with you, is that we are still looking at a June-July delivery of water in the system with an October completion of the additional work past that.
And pricing hasn't changed. We're still
We're still with,
5 million in reserves or contingency?
that is correct, sir.
Good,
Thank you, sir.
All right, good deal. We'll move to new business item number 8. Mr. Camcar, if you would present that, please.
Yes, Mayor. Consideration possible action, resolution number R2022-255, so moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is the renewal of our mowing and maintenance of medians, right-of-ways, and facilities contract. In the past year, we added 15 parks to this, and we also added 3 new facilities, so total of about 380 acres maintained by this. The increase you see over last year is a CPI increase plus a full year of those 15 parks and 3 facilities because they were not added to the contract until July 25th of 2022. So the recommendation here is to renew with Brightview Landscape Services in the amount of $1,617,458.28. Thank you, Mayor.
Sounds good. Any other questions, comments from council?
Yeah, real quick, Mayor. What other firms did we go out for bid on this project?
So this is a renewal of our existing contract. So when we bid it originally, we did have multiple firms bid on it. But all we have available to us at this point is the renewal.
Councilman Barry, this
Without
is
going back out.
I'm sorry, Mr. Epperson. This is our second renewal, and it's our final renewal. So next year we'll be out on the street for bid.
Yeah, so we'll be bidding this out next year. So around this time next year, we'll be back with new.
Anybody from Brightview here? Anybody?
Gentleman over there in the
Thanks
blue
for
shirt.
coming out.
All right, good deal. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens? Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Sounds good. We'll move to new business item number 9, Mr. Carbone.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, resolution R 2022-259, so moved.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a construction contract award to install fiber optics in the McCard Road corridor. So as part of the ongoing road construction of McCard between Cullen and McCowa, within that 3.5 miles, that project includes our fiber optics that connects the traffic signals. And that portion of that project is a part of the 80% federal funding with that project. So outside of the limits of the ongoing project, we have to connect that fiber back to our network. And so this award is to connect what's being built with the road project to our network. So this builds the fiber between 288 and Cullen with an extension down to our West Pearland Community Center. And then on the east side connects from McCowa to State Highway 35 so that we've got the fiber network throughout that corridor, looping our fiber network, providing redundancy for our data centers, our network throughout the city. It also connects our signals back to our network and into our traffic operations center. Is used for SCADA as well as signal preemption, wireless out in the throughout the city, and our traffic cameras and other assets we have out in the community. So the recommendation here is to award. We've done several projects with them in the past successfully in the amount of $960,000, $960,714.60. Thank you, sir.
Sounds good. Any questions, comments, concerns from council? Yes, something? Okay.
What is the, can we pull up just the amount that shows the distribution of funds really quickly?
Which amount are you looking for us to pull up? So there's no federal funds in this. The federal funds are within the McCard Road project, which is installing 3.5 miles of the fiber network. This is the outside the limits of that federal project so that we can connect it to the rest of our network.
We dig the hole and we're paying for the fiber, and then the hole's getting dug by the federal dollars.
So the fiber's going in within the 3.5 miles of the limits of the road project. This is outside of those limits to connect it to our existing network.
All right. I appreciate that. Good
Yes, sir.
clarification.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Cade? Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens? Member Koza?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, with that, we'll move to matters removed from consent agenda. We already dispensed of M. Other business, there are none. Mayor, council issues for city council discussion, nothing listed. At this time, council will move into executive session under Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, personnel matters, discussion regarding the performance and employment of the city manager. With that, we will move into exec session at 9:47. Motion to make?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to terminate the employment of City Manager Clay Pearson effective immediately and appoint Trent Epperson as interim city manager as discussed in exec session effective immediately.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, we call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone,
Aye.
Member Camcar,
Aye.
Member Cade,
Aye.
Member Barry,
Aye.
Member Owens,
Aye.
Member Koza.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, with that, we will move to adjournment at 11:29.